yang memiliki keunggulan mengedepankan togetherness, sustainability, dan empowering.
Berdiri sejak 1948, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin merupakan penunjukan pemerintah Republik Indonesia sebagai pusat pendidikan ekonomi di Indonesia yang berkedudukan di Makassar.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin merupakan fakultas ekonomi tertua di Indonesia yang ada sejak tahun 1948. Dengan visi menjadi fakultas ekonomi dan bisnis terkemuka, bereputasi internasional, yang berkelanjutan dan berkarakter benua maritim. Adapun misi yang kami emban adalah Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unhas ikut berperan dalam menyiapkan sumber daya manusia unggul yang berkompeten, pemimpin masa depan yang memiliki karakter maritim, being knowledgeable dalam melakukan riset, pengembangan untuk membentuk ekonomi pengetahuan dalam bingkai togetherness. Visi dan misi hanya akan terwujud jika didukung oleh seluruh sivitas akademika Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin.
Susunan organisasi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis saat ini terdiri dari dekan dan wakil dekan, juga terdapat senat fakultas, gugus penjamin mutu, departemen, program studi, laboratorium, bagian tata usaha, dan subbagian, serta didukung dengan tenaga pengajar yang memiliki keahlian masing-masing dalam ilmu ekonomi dan bisnis. Adapun departemen serta program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin antara lain Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 2 prodi magister serta 1 prodi doktoral. Departemen Manajemen dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 2 prodi magister serta 1 prodi doktoral. Departemen Akuntansi dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 1 prodi magister, 1 prodi doktoral, serta 1 program pendidikan profesi akuntansi. Magister Keuangan Daerah dengan 1 prodi Magister Keuangan Mikro. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin hingga saat ini telah memiliki 142 orang tenaga pendidik atau dosen yang terdiri atas 122 orang dosen yang berstatus pegawai negeri sipil, 4 orang dosen berstatus non-PNS tetap, 8 orang dosen non-PNS tidak tetap, dan 8 orang dosen non-PNS tidak tetap, luar biasa atau paripurna. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin berfokus pada kesuksesan, di mana Anda akan mendapatkan pendidikan berkualitas tinggi yang memberikan landasan kuat dalam ilmu ekonomi dan bisnis. Dosen-dosen berpengalaman akan membimbing Anda melalui perjalanan akademik, membantu Anda memahami tren terkini dalam dunia bisnis. Fasilitas modern yang dimiliki Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis dirancang dalam lingkungan yang inspiratif dan nyaman untuk mendukung pembelajaran yang interaktif dan penelitian inovatif, sehingga dapat menghasilkan generasi yang tidak hanya cerdas namun juga berkarakter. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin, pintu menuju peluang tak terbatas terbuka lebar. Tempat di mana visi bertemu dengan aksi dan potensi memiliki tempat untuk tumbuh. Kami memahami bahwa keberhasilan tidak hanya tentang pengetahuan, tetapi juga tentang jaringan dan keterampilan pribadi. Di FEB Unhas, Anda akan bergabung dengan komunitas yang mendukung pertumbuhan Anda. Kami mempersiapkan para pemimpin ekonomi di masa depan dengan semangat togetherness, sustainability, dan empowerment.
Cek 1 2 cek. Cek 1 cek, cek 1 2 cek. Cek 1 cek, cek. Cek 1. Cek 1 2 cek.
it seems so
Check.
long. With you I see forever, oh so
Check, 1, 2, check.
clearly. I might have been in love before, but it never felt this strong. Our dreams are young and we both know they'll take us where we want to go. Hold me now,
Check, 1, 2,
touch
check.
me now.
Check sound, check 1,
I
2.
don't want to
Check
live
mic.
without you.
Check 1, 2.
Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now.
Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. Check mic, check sound, check 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2.
Change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. If the road ahead is not so easy, our love will lead the way for us. Like a guiding star, I'll be there for you if you should need me. You don't have to change a thing. I love you just the way you are. So come with me and share the view. I'll help you see forever too. Hold me now, touch me now. I don't want to live without you.
Check 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. Check mic, check sound, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You ought to know by now how much I love you. The world may change my whole life through, but nothing's gonna change my love. Tonight it's very clear as we're both lying here. There's so many things I wanna say. I will always love you. I would never leave you alone. Sometimes I just forget, say things I might regret. It breaks my heart to see you crying. I don't wanna lose you. I could never make it alone. I am a man who will fight for your honor. I'll be the hero you're dreaming of.
samudra yang tak berujung. Kebersamaan adalah dasar dari eksistensi kita. Dalam kebersamaan, kita menemukan kekuatan untuk mengatasi rintangan. Dengan semangat keberlanjutan, tanggung jawab kita untuk mempersiapkan generasi pemimpin yang akan datang. Setiap langkah kecil yang kita ambil berkontribusi pada keberlanjutan.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin. Pencetak pemimpin masa depan yang memiliki keunggulan mengedepankan togetherness, sustainability, dan empowering.
Berdiri sejak 1948, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin merupakan penunjukan pemerintah Republik Indonesia sebagai pusat pendidikan ekonomi di Indonesia yang berkedudukan di Makassar.
Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin merupakan fakultas ekonomi tertua di Indonesia yang ada sejak tahun 1948. Dengan visi menjadi fakultas ekonomi dan bisnis terkemuka, bereputasi internasional, yang berkelanjutan dan berkarakter benua maritim. Adapun misi yang kami emban adalah Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unhas ikut berperan dalam menyiapkan sumber daya manusia unggul yang berkompeten, pemimpin masa depan yang memiliki karakter maritim, be knowledgeable dalam melakukan riset, pengembangan untuk membentuk ekonomi pengetahuan dalam bingkai togetherness. Visi dan misi hanya akan terwujud jika didukung oleh seluruh sivitas akademika Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin.
Susunan organisasi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis saat ini terdiri dari dekan dan wakil dekan, juga terdapat senat fakultas, gugus penjamin mutu, departemen, program studi, laboratorium, bagian tata usaha, dan subbagian, serta didukung dengan tenaga pengajar yang memiliki keahlian masing-masing dalam ilmu ekonomi dan bisnis. Adapun departemen serta program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin antara lain Departemen Ilmu Ekonomi dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 2 prodi magister, serta 1 prodi doktoral. Departemen Manajemen dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 2 prodi magister, serta 1 prodi doktoral. Departemen Akuntansi dengan 1 prodi sarjana, 1 prodi magister, 1 prodi doktoral, serta 1 program pendidikan profesi akuntansi. Magister Keuangan Daerah dengan 1 prodi magister keuangan mikro. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin hingga saat ini telah memiliki 142 orang tenaga pendidik atau dosen yang terdiri atas 122 orang dosen yang berstatus pegawai negeri sipil, 4 orang dosen berstatus non-PNS tetap, 8 orang dosen non-PNS tidak tetap, dan 8 orang dosen non-PNS tidak tetap, luar biasa atau paripurna. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin berfokus pada kesuksesan, di mana Anda akan mendapatkan pendidikan berkualitas tinggi yang memberikan landasan kuat dalam ilmu ekonomi dan bisnis. Dosen-dosen berpengalaman akan membimbing Anda melalui perjalanan akademik, membantu Anda memahami tren terkini dalam dunia bisnis. Fasilitas modern yang dimiliki Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis dirancang dalam lingkungan yang inspiratif dan nyaman untuk mendukung pembelajaran yang interaktif dan penelitian inovatif, sehingga dapat menghasilkan generasi yang tidak hanya cerdas namun juga berkarakter. Di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Hasanuddin, pintu menuju peluang tak terbatas terbuka lebar. Tempat di mana visi bertemu dengan aksi dan potensi memiliki tempat untuk tumbuh. Kami memahami bahwa keberhasilan tidak hanya tentang pengetahuan, tetapi juga tentang jaringan dan keterampilan pribadi. Di FEB Unhas, Anda akan bergabung dengan komunitas yang mendukung pertumbuhan Anda. Kami mempersiapkan para pemimpin ekonomi di masa depan dengan semangat togetherness, sustainability, dan empowering.
jalin dengan indah untuk menguraikan maksud hati. Ku beranikan diri untuk memulainya, tapi mengapa bibirku tak dapat bergerak, terasa berat. Oh malunya hati ini bila ku ingat saat itu kami hanya saling berpandang dan terdiam terpaku. Oh bulannya dirimu yang menyaksikan segalanya. Oh bulan tolonglah daku katakan padanya ku cinta dia. Ku beranikan diri untuk memulainya, tapi mengapa bibirku terasa berat. Malam pun kian berlalu, kami saling terpaku. Diam seribu bahasa, hilang semua kata yang terangkaikan. Oh malunya hati ini bila ku ingat saat itu kami hanya saling berpandang dan terdiam terpaku. Oh bulannya dirimu yang menyaksikan segalanya. Oh bulan tolonglah daku katakan padanya ku cinta dia. Oh malunya hati ini bila ku ingat saat itu kami hanya saling berpandang dan terdiam terpaku. Oh bulannya dirimu yang menyaksikan segalanya. Oh bulan tolonglah daku katakan padanya ku cinta dia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greetings of virtue. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 9th International Conference on Accounting, Management and Economics 2024. I am Musulatima Febrianti,
And I'm Rafli Aditya,
the Masters of Ceremony for this event.
On behalf of ICAM Organizing Committee, allow me to extend our warmest greeting to our eminent speakers and guests. The Vice Rector for Partnership, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Business of Hasanuddin University as a representative of Rector of Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Engineering Adi Maulana, ST MPhil.
Chairman of the Faculty Academic Senate Hasanuddin University, Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Asdar, SE MSI. Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Hasanuddin University, Profesor Dr. Abdurrahman Kadir, SE MSI, CIPM, CWM, CRA, CRP.
And all of the faculty chairperson in Faculty of Economic and Business, Hasanuddin University. Our 5 guest speakers, Phu Minh Tuan PhD from Ton Duc Trang University, Vietnam.
Dr. Nurmizan bin Bakar from University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia.
Professor Caroline Fisher from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Leonardo Adi Purnama Teguh Sambodo PhD from Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia.
And Fitra Romanchaya SEM Com PhD from University of Essex, United Kingdom.
To all distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our appreciation for your presence today for this event. The ICAM 2024 will be live in FEB YouTube channel. The theme for this year ICAM is the integration of blue green economy for business sustainability.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, as a start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and the anthem of Hasanuddin University, Mars Unhas. We would like to request you to all raise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia is culturally rich country, which each region has its own distinctive culture and heritage. Thus, we would like to take this opportunity to present to you one of Indonesia's traditional dances, Toraya Malabi, which will be performed by UKM Senitari Hasanuddin University.
Toraya Malabi dance is a dance that originates from Tanah Toraja Regency, one of the regions in South Sulawesi. This dance is about the tradition of worship or thanksgiving, which is also called Rambu Tuka. Please welcome UKM Senitari Hasanuddin University.
kayu kalandau datang na pusala pada kaluana. Di orang dan pangalak diring bintang langan sa pagulong. San sa kulalan lakolan san sa butang pola kelampau.
What an amazing welcoming greetings by UKM Sanitary performing Troya Malabi with elaborate costumes and attractive choreography. The dance has brought an energetic ambience to our opening ceremony this morning.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed to ICAM welcoming ceremony, let us take a moment for opening prayer which will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Iqbal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fir rizki, wa taubatan qablal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa magfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma gfir lana wa liwalidayna, walil muslimina wal muslimat, wal mu'minina wal mu'minat, al ahya'i minhum wal amwat, innaka sami'un qaribu mujibu da'wat, ya qadiyal hajat. Ya Allah, today, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference and accounting management and economics ACAM 2024. Make this international conference as a useful sense assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organized today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, science our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Ya Allah, protect us from any intended temptation, show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill your dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin, amin, amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Now, we move on to the speech segment that is going to be started with a report by Chairperson of the 9th ICAM. Please be invited, Rianda Ridho Hafiz Taha, SA, MBA.
The Honorable, the Vice Rector for Partnership, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Business of Hasanuddin University, as a representative of Rector Hasanuddin University, Prof. Dr. Engineering Adi Maulana, ST MPhil. Chairman of the Faculty Academic Senate Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Asdar, SA MSI. The Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Hasanuddin University, Prof. Dr. Abdurrahman Kadir, SA, MSc, CIPM, CWM, and all the head of department in Faculty of Economic and Business Hasanuddin University, all the guest speakers, and to all distinguished guests, honorable participants. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the leaders of Hasanuddin University, particularly to the Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty Economic and Business for their support and guidance. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, whose hard work and dedication during the preparation of this event and have been truly amazing. It is a privilege to stand here to speak about the event reports. ICAM is a platform dedicated to fostering academic exchange and collaboration in addressing some of the most pressing issues in today's world. This year, ICAM proudly present the theme, the integration of blue-green economy and business for sustainability. This two-day event will feature 5 distinguished speakers from 5 countries: the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Each bringing unique perspective and expertise to our theme. We are very honored to have their contributions. We are also pleased to announce that all conference proceedings will be published in collaboration with a Web of Science Index publisher. For the first time, we are proudly to inform you that we are collaborating with Scopus Index Publisher. This year also marks as a milestone for ICAM, as we welcome our largest participant, a total of 350 attendants from diverse professions who will present their research findings. In closing, I extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for your presence, and I invite you all to participate fully in this discussion, networking, and knowledge exchange that ICAM offers. Let us together explore, innovate, and contribute towards a sustainable future. Thank you, and I wish you success to this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rido, for the report.
Next, we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Hasanuddin University, to deliver his welcoming speech for this opening ceremony. Please be invited, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Kadir, SA, MSc, CIPM, CWM, CRA, CRP.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Honorable Rector of Hasanuddin University, Vice Rector for Partnership, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Business of Hasanuddin University, as a representative of Rector of Professor Dr. Engineering Adi Maulana, ST Master Philosophy. Honorable Chairman of the Faculty Academic Senate Hasanuddin University, Professor Dr. Muhammad Asdar, Honorable Vice Dean, Faculty of Economics, Honorable Lecturer, Faculty of Facultas Ekonomi, Faculty of Economy Hasanuddin University, Pumit Tuan, PhD, from the Ton Duc Tang University, Vietnam, Dr. Normizan bin Bakar from University Utara Malaysia, Professor Caroline Fisher from Vrije Amsterdam, the Netherlands, Leonard Adipurnama, PhD from Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia, Fitra Romansyah, Sarjana Ekonomi, Master Commerce, PhD from University of Essex, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guys, welcome to the 9th International Conference on Accounting Management and Economics, ICAM. This conference has been held every year since 2016, and it's special place for academic and scholars that share the research in economics, accounting, management, business, and development studies. This year, our theme, the integrated of blue-green economy and business for sustainability. This topic is very important because it deals with climate change and environmental problem caused by business activity. I would like to formally welcome our Vice Rector Universitas Hasanuddin, Professor Adi Maulana. Thank you for your support. I'm also happy to greet our special speakers, Professor Caroline Fisher from Vrije University Amsterdam and the World Bank, Dr. Normizan bin Bakar from University Utara Malaysia, Leonardo Ataguh Sambodo, PhD from Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, Indonesia, Pung Minh Tuang, PhD, from Ton Duc Thang University, Vietnam, and Fitra Romansa Cahaya, Sarjana Ekonomi, Master Commerce, PhD, from the University of Essex, UK. We look forward hearing your insight and learning from you. To all the participants and present, thank you for joining us this year. We have more than 3,000 participants with the highest number ever. The show of important, interesting, this conference is many people. The theme of this year's conference is very relevant to University Hasanuddin. Our university located in a region with rich natural resources and biodiversity. We have a great opportunity to lead discussion and research on sustainable economic practice. By integrating blue-green economy principles, we can find new ways to solve environmental problems while promoting economic growth and social well-being. I hope you all have productivity inspiring conference. Our discussion lead to meaningful collaboration and impactful research. We will have create more sustainable and failures. And finally, special my lecture Yang. Thank you to all the young lecturers of the Faculty Economic and Business University Hasanuddin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Kadir, SA, MSE, CIPM, CWM, CRA, CRP, for the welcoming speech.
Next, we would like to invite the Vice Rector for Partnership, Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Business of Hasanuddin University as a representative of Rector of Hasanuddin University to deliver special speech for this opening ceremony. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Engineering Adi Maulana, ST MPhil.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning for everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Honored guests, distinguished speakers, and respected delegates, I would like to welcome you all to the 9th International Conference on Accounting, Management, Economics 2024. I am here to represent our Rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Jamaluddin Jompa, who is not able to join with us today because he has to go to Jakarta. And honestly speaking, I'm very honored to deliver a welcome speech in front of you. First of all, I would like to say welcome to all speakers. Welcome to Makassar, especially for those who is coming from abroad. Welcome to the city of, we call it in Indonesia, makan enak, which is mean delicious food. So make sure that while you are staying here, you have to try many kind of food from Makassar city. And then welcome to our university. We are one of the biggest university in Indonesia, which consists of 50,000 students and 2,500 lecturers. And then welcome to the oldest faculties in the Hasanuddin University, Faculty of Economic and Business of Hasanuddin University. I just mentioned to our guests from University of Utara Malaysia that actually Faculty of Business and Economy is older than Hasanuddin University. So they asked me why. I say that this is because Faculty of Economy and Business of Hasanuddin University actually is a part of University of Indonesia, Makassar branch. So this faculty is actually one of our reference in Hasanuddin University, and then we will be very happy if a Faculty of Economy and Business growing and more bigger and bigger in the near future. I would like to read my speech, so that's only the introduction actually. So it is a privilege to welcome you to this international conference. Today we gather to explore and deepen our understanding of two critical and independent pillars of sustainable development, the green economy and the blue economy, and to discuss how their integrations can strengthen business sustainability worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that the theme of this international conference is very much in line with our university vision. As we know that university vision, Hasanuddin University vision, is a maritime continent. So we are the only university in Indonesia who put in our vision, we are very concerned in maritime continent, which means that we are talking about blue and green economy. This is very in line with our vision. So I thank again to the Faculty of Economy and Business to put the blue and green economy as a very crucial issue in this international conference, because this is to show that Hasanuddin University is one of the university in Indonesia who is very concerned on the blue and green economy. We are talking about the green economy, so it means that we are focusing on reducing carbon footprints, fostering renewable energy, and promoting resources. Efficiency has set the foundation for a sustainable approach to economic growth. We are talking about the blue economy, so it means that we are talking about many things that is closely related with our daily life. We have to remember that we only live in the one earth, so we live in the same boat. It means that we have to share, we have to be very care to our sustainable development to save our world. So in a world increasingly aware of climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource scarcity, the integrations of blue and green economy is more than a strategy. So it is an imperative. Business that embrace this value are not only contributing to environmental resilience, but are also setting themselves up for long-term success. Together, we have the opportunity to innovate, building new models that balance profit with purpose and growth with conservation. Throughout this conference, we will explore how business can integrate the principle of the blue-green economy into their operation. We will examine case studies of successful sustainable practice, engage in critical discussion, and collaborate on solutions that can be implemented on a global scale. From sustainable fishery to clean energy, from water conservation to responsible agriculture, the opportunities are immense and the impact, both social and economic, are profound. I encourage each of you to open, collaborative, and bold in rethinking traditional business practice. Let's work together to harness the full potential of a blue-green economy, creating a model of sustainability that align business success with environmental stewardship. Thank you for your commitment and your vision. I am thrilled to welcome you all, and I look forward to the inspiring ideas and partnership that will emerge from this conference. Let's make this gathering a milestone in advancing sustainable business practices around the world. Once again, welcome to Hasanuddin University. Welcome to our beautiful campus. Welcome to our beautiful hotel and convention in Tamalan Rea campus. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Adi, for the speech. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to present our speakers with souvenir from the 9th ICAM. We invite the Vice Rector of Hasanuddin University, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, and all of the honorable speakers to take the stage.
Thank you. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, please stay for the photo session. We would like to invite all of the Vice Dean as well as the faculty chairperson to take photo together. Thank you, gentlemen.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. We will now move on to the core of our opening ceremony. That is the presentation from our honorable keynote speakers, which will then be moderated by one of the lecturers from economic departments of Faculty of Economic and Business, Hasanuddin University, Rahmat Nurul Prima, SE, MSc. So, honorable moderator, please take the stage.
Mr. Ahmad got his bachelor degree from Hasanuddin University and masteral degree from Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. His field of study is economics.
Tenggelam suara dengan musik tadi, Jen.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. This is an honor for me to guide you for this session. Actually, for this session, this will be a hybrid one, since our speaker, in this case, Professor Dr. Caroline Fischer, she's currently in Washington, and she will be delivering her materials online. So let me introduce you, and I would like to kindly invite Professor Caroline Fischer to join us here in this morning. Hi, Caroline. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be invited as a keynote. I'm just sorry I couldn't be there in person, especially after that wonderful opening ceremony. It looks like a great conference and a great group of people.
Yes, no worries. So first of all, thank you very much for your time. We highly appreciate for your availability to join us in this session. So I would like to maybe give a notification for our participant here that actually Professor Caroline is currently in Washington, and there is a 12 hours difference in the time zone with us. So in Washington, it is currently in, what hour?
9:30 p.m.
9:30 in the evening. So yeah, I think that's a huge time difference. So all right, let me introduce Professor Caroline to our participants for today. So Professor Caroline is a professor in environmental economics at Vrije Universiteit, VU Amsterdam. And also, she currently serves as the research manager in sustainability and infrastructure group in the World Bank. Besides being a professor in VU Amsterdam, she is also nominated as Canada 150 Research Chair in Climate Economics, Innovation and Policy at the University of Ottawa. Also, Professor Caroline is a visiting professor in Gothenburg University, Sweden. So I think with many experiences in doing research in climate economics, that will be good to have you here in this morning. So thank you very much, Caroline. All right then, so I think that would be good for you to maybe start the presentation. Professor Caroline, okay. The floor is yours.
Oh, it says sharing is not turned on. Can I share my screen, or do you need to share the slides?
Yeah, I think you have been enabled to share screen.
Okay, let me see. Now it's letting me. Good.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so do you see the presentation now? The presentation version?
Yeah, we can see
Yes,
the presentation now. Yes.
Okay, good. Yes. So I, I love the theme of the conference this year, the Green Blue Economy. I know Indonesia, you are stewards of incredible natural wealth. I'm but also interested in climate change and emissions trading of late. So since I've been working a lot on emissions trading, carbon pricing, design, lately, I thought I would talk a little bit about some international experience with emissions trading, and in particular lessons for rate-based approaches, which is something I've been working on for a long time. I'll give the usual disclaimer that the findings and opinions, conclusions are all of my own and not necessarily representing the World Bank itself. I'm still a researcher in the Development Economics Research Group at the World Bank. So you're a business school, I'm sure there are many economists by training in the audience, and so you may know that economists for a long time have been advocating for placing carbon pricing at the center of climate mitigation. And the high-level commission on carbon pricing that was led by Nicholas Stern and Joe Stiglitz, really emphasized that a well-designed carbon price is an indispensable part of a strategy for reducing emissions in an efficient way. We also see that there have been efforts in the United States. The Economist statement, which was signed by 28 Nobel laureates, possibly more now that we have more laureates, 4 former chairs of the Federal Reserve, many chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors, really supporting carbon pricing, in particular a proposal for a carbon tax as a cost-effective lever to reduce carbon emissions at the scale and speed that is necessary. By correcting a well-known market failure, a carbon tax will send a powerful price signal that harnesses the invisible hand of the marketplace to steer economic actors towards a low-carbon future. Those are definitely words of economists, but you can see the idea there that it's the power of these financial incentives to get everyone thinking about what are the best and most cost-effective ways to reduce carbon emissions. So there's several rationales for carbon pricing, and incentives, I think, is the first one. Part of this is that you're able to get all the market participants to look for ways to reduce emissions and innovate new ways to do that in ways that we can't fathom, that regulators cannot, think of everything under the sun and direct emissions reductions. So it's an incentive-based approach. Efficiency, cost effectiveness is another rationale. So one aspect of efficiency is that, when everyone faces the same carbon price, everyone will equalize the marginal costs of abatement. So they'll look for strategies that are cheaper than paying the price and pay the price instead of more cost ineffective opportunities. Another rationale is transparency. So this is a way that regulators get to observe the costs, at least the marginal costs of abatement. And so you have a price. When you just have a regulation or a non-tradable performance standard, you don't really know what the cost of additional emission reductions are, what costs are facing the firms. So cost transparency is an important part. And then there's the revenue. So there are a lot of policies that can get you emissions reductions. There are many options, but carbon pricing is unique in that it actually can raise revenue while sending these incentives. And that revenue has a lot of opportunities for distributing the proceeds to garner support, to address equity issues, or induce additional abatement. So I think that's one of the big rationales for carbon pricing. And then also, as working together towards convergence, there, it's greater international recognition of carbon pricing and potentials for linkage across systems for trading emissions and credits across systems. So these are some of the reasons why economists get excited about carbon pricing. So what have we seen? So the World Bank has been doing the state and trends of carbon pricing for almost 20 years now. And so if we look, some 19 years ago, basically the EU ETS, the EU emissions trading system, was launched. And at the time, a few other countries also had carbon taxes. So this was the state of carbon pricing around the world in 2005. You see the carbon taxes are in red and ETSs are in blue. And then you see the state of the world today. is really, quite a spread of carbon pricing instruments. We now have 89 jurisdictions with compliance instruments, and they're roughly equally split between emissions trading systems and carbon taxes. So we really see much wider spread adoption of these instruments. Now, there's still, of course, a lot of dispersion in prices that are applied, and also the coverage of these instruments. So this is a figure from the latest statement trends in carbon pricing, and so you see the price up here on the x-axis, and then you see the different systems. Unfortunately, there's so many systems now, the font gets really small, so it might be hard to see. But we see again. A lot of the highest ones are carbon taxes, and then we come in with the EU emissions trading system. We see darker colors imply more coverage than lighter colors, and so we see a lot of carbon taxes, emissions trading systems. And then, and Indonesia comes in with a new emissions trading system. It's still a very low price, kind of maybe a little less coverage than the EU ETS. But we really see some newer systems coming in. Now, part of these differences in coverage really come from treatment of different sectors. So we see that carbon taxes are actually pretty popular for final energy consumption. So a lot of those red bars you see there, those are complementary carbon taxes in many EU countries for the sectors or fuel consumption that's not covered by the ETS. But we really see a lot more emissions trading systems in the power sector and industrial sectors. Now, early implementers of emissions trading systems tended to adopt mass-based trading. So it's cap and trade system that we see up here, where you fix the total number of allowances, maybe auction them, and then different actors trade the allowance and meet the cap collectively. So we see this, this preference for, I think, emissions certainty early on, albeit, there might be free allocation to firms, sometimes output-based allocations, especially to industry, to address competitiveness concerns. And so we see, the EU ETS is like this, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which is linked with the Quebec cap and trade system, and California. These are some examples of cap and trade systems, mass-based trading. Now, it's interesting, though, because several emerging systems are adopting rate-based emissions trading approaches. So basically forms of tradable performance standards. And what these do is you have built-in output-based allocation, which I'll talk about a bit more in a bit, and they're revenue neutral. So they don't raise revenue for the government. It's all sent back to the covered industries in the form of benchmark allocations. And we see Canada, a lot of Canadian provinces adopted this with output-based performance standards, and the Chinese system adopted this kind of approach. And several other countries are thinking about this as well. Now, there's some trade-offs with rate-based emissions trading systems. There's certainly some pros. So I think one of the reasons why some jurisdictions look at this is, especially if you have like high macroeconomic growth, but a lot of uncertainty around that and around what your baseline like emissions demand is going to be. A rate-based approach basically sets an automatic self-adjusting target that responds to these macroeconomic trends. Another reason is that it does limit the cost pass-through for trade-exposed industries. You know, since they're only responsible on average for their emissions above the benchmark. And it also limits consumer impacts for the same reason that there are less with full 100% free application, there are fewer costs that need to be passed along. And so I think for both of these reasons, it may be politically more feasible, more palatable, because you have fewer interest groups lined up against carbon pricing costs. On the other hand, there are some cons to this approach. So for the one thing, you know, by allocating all of the allowances back to the industry, you're foregoing any opportunity to raise revenue from the carbon pricing scheme, and this can be a substantial amount of revenue. Another trade-off is that the emissions target is quite uncertain. So if you're if your NDC is, you know, is a fixed amount of emissions, you're not, you're less sure of meeting their target. And, you know, the trade-off with this limiting the cost pass-through is you're also muting incentives for emissions reductions in terms of the opportunities from switching to cleaner goods and sources, because you're not leveling the playing field with clean goods, because you're not asking the polluters to pay fully. You're not fully passing on those embodied emission costs. And finally, the other trade-off is that there's less market liquidity and price transparency, because if everyone, you know, if it's fully allocated, less trading is needed, and all the trades are bilateral if you're not auctioning. And so I think Canada learned this a bit the hard way, that you don't, then the regulators don't actually get to observe what the prices are, because these are private trades. So I'll talk a little bit about these different aspects. So one, in terms of the revenue, there are a lot of things that one can do with emissions trading revenues. We see this is a nice graph from experience with carbon taxes and different allocations that different jurisdictions make. So you see that, so in the green we have recycling to firms. You know, British Columbia did that with a big chunk of tax cuts. And a few transfers to particularly affected firms. Australia, when it had the carbon tax for a little while, you know, gave it to primarily to firms that were particularly affected. Oops. You know, Norway did a mix of mostly to general funds, you know, government savings. Green spending was more of the focus in Alberta, and here you see in Switzerland, they actually gave uniform lump sum transfers to households, so like a per capita climate carbon dividend, whereas other jurisdictions also focused on directed transfers more to harder hit households, particularly progressive tax cuts. So there are a lot of ways that one can use the revenues. Not all of them involve the covered firms. The OECD had an interesting survey a couple years ago looking at international attitudes towards climate policies. And there's a bunch of information about climate policies, but I'll focus on what they were talking about with respect to carbon taxes, and how would you support a carbon tax with the revenues used for different purposes. And so we see that in most countries, the most support was garnered by using the revenue to fund environmentally related infrastructure or supporting low carbon technologies. You see those are kind of blue across the board. what economists might often recommend is like, oh, you should recycle it to lower taxes or transfer to low-income households. We see in middle-income countries, those are also pretty popular. They start to get less popular in high-income countries. And then you see, I guess, so one of the takeaways, so I was looking at Indonesia here out of curiosity, and actually the lowest, although there's still majority support, strong majority support, but sort of the lowest numbers were for tax rebates for the most affected firms or reduction in corporate income taxes. So there seemed to be a little more support for environmental objectives or progressive tax reform than dedicating revenues to industry. We saw the experience in the EU emissions trading system was they started out in the first phase with pretty much free allocation for everyone. And they learned quickly that actually a lot of recipients were able to fully pass on the opportunity cost of emissions in the form of higher prices, particularly in the power sector, and electricity prices went up. And so then they focused on reducing the free allocation and convert and switching to more auctioning over time. And so we see they eliminated free allocation for the power sector, and then have been gradually reducing free allocation to other industries as well. So there's a lot of literature. The early literature on emissions trading really focused on lump sum rebating. So cap and trade with free allocation, what is called grandfathering. So the idea being, you can compensate the firms for their lost profits, but without distorting incentives, because the rebate is unconditional. So this was what this was the approach in the acid rain program, the SO2 trading program in the U.S. But then there was a lot of studies showing that, well, okay, how much do you actually really need to give away to compensate firms for their lost profits? So recognizing that they are able to pass on some of these costs. And so there are a couple studies showing that much less than 100% is needed. Goulder et al. Found about 15%, Martin et al. 14 to 25%. So for this compensation rationale, 100% allocation isn't really needed. But then the other thing, that one can observe looking at emissions trading in practice, that few allocation systems are truly unconditional in practice. There are always provisions for new entrants, or if significant changes in capacity, they may be updated over time. And so that means that the allocations themselves start to have behavioral effect. So that brings us to explicitly conditional free allocations. So, so these are all examples of what I call output-based rebating. So one is tradable performance standards. So you set intensity benchmarks per unit of and allow firms to trade. So if they're over the benchmark, then they have to buy credits from firms that can abate to be below the benchmark. This was used to phase out lead in gasoline in the US and is being used, as I mentioned, in Canada in these output-based pricing systems. There are also some other forms you can combine this with a carbon tax. Sweden did it with a NOx tax, so they took the revenues from the tax and refunded it to participating entities, in part because they weren't covering everyone in the heat and power sector, and the argument is that it allowed them to assess a much higher NOx tax than they might have been able to otherwise. And then it can also be done in the context of a cap and trade system. So this is output-based allocation, where you have for certain sectors, certain kinds of firms within the system, not the higher cap, but then you can allocate the allowances in proportion to output. So this is something that's done in California for leakage-prone sectors, in New Zealand, and arguably, I think in the EU emissions trading system too, they've identified sectors that are at risk of leakage and allocating based on good performance benchmarks. So in this case, with output-based allocation, your allocation is going to equal, be in proportion to your output times a performance benchmark. There may be a cap adjustment factor. This is the California system, and assistance factor. So here they sort of rank, they rate firms based, or sectors based on their leakage risk. So what's interesting about these systems is that in each of these, they combine a price on marginal emissions. So you have an emissions price, but then this free allocation, this benchmark allocation, is a subsidy to output. Because the more you produce, the more allowances you get, they have a value. So that's tantamount to a subsidy to output. And it's important to recognize this because this, they're really, we can think of two main ways to reduce emissions. One is to reduce emissions intensity, so your emissions per unit of output. And the other is to have less total output. So to consume less, to conserve, or produce less from emissions intensive sources, find alternative products that are less emissions intensive. And so when you allocate emission allowances based on output, you're providing an implicit subsidy to production that mutes the incentive to reduce emissions and way number two. So as a result, for the same emissions price, you're not going to get as many emissions reductions. So by contrast, if you need to meet the same certain target, you're going to need a higher price and need to get more out of your emissions intensity reductions. So this is, this tends to be a cost effectiveness penalty because you're not leveraging all the means you have to reduce emissions. In fact, in theory, tradable intensity standards can actually backfire. And so this is, you think of, there are two different ways to meet a standard. So one is, okay, you can reduce your emissions to meet the tradable performance standard. So you lower your emissions intensity, use less higher emitting sources, and you produce less output. That reduces your emissions. On the other hand, you could also meet the standard by increasing output of your low intensity sources. And this may actually increase total output and total emissions. Because, if your tradable performance standard is, is a sector-wide standard, the more you produce, the more allowances you get. And so the more emissions you get. And so there's an interesting paper by Holland et al. Looking at a low carbon fuel standard and the potential for backfire by rather than reducing emissions, just increasing output of low intensity stuff and generating more allowances and loosening the effective cap that way. Now, there's also, an issue when intensity standards are differentiated, when these benchmarks are differentiated by source or technology, there's more potential for greater efficiency losses. And so this is something that I've been studying. I have a recent paper with Chen-Fei Ku and Larry Goulder looking at these systems in general and with an application to the Chinese emissions trading system. And we see that, by differentiating these benchmarks, you may create higher implicit subsidies for more polluting sources. And then you're also discouraging source shifting as a means for emissions reduction. And probably the best way to do that is to illustrate this. So we compare a couple different types of emissions trading systems, both mass-based and rate-based. And within the rate-based, we're going to distinguish between uniform, we'll call them sector-wide performance standards, And what we see often emerging, including in the Canadian and Chinese case, what we're calling emitter performance standards, where the regulation only applies to emitters, which makes sense because, you know, normally when you're setting up a cap and trade system, you're just asking the emitting sources to meet to comply with the emissions trading rule. But when this is in a rate-based system, that means only the emitting sources are getting these benchmark allocations. So just to illustrate this, so here's a uniform sector-wide performance standard where you see you set the average emissions intensity, say, for the entire power sector, and then you see, so renewable sources, they're clean, so they get credits, they're net generators of credits. Coal-fired plants, they're more emissions intensive. Some are more emissions intensive than others, but they have to be net buyers of credits, and then, you know, gas is in between. So in this case, you know, in your tradable performance standard, all the generators are going to face the same emissions price, so the same incentive to, you know, for efficiency improvements, and they all get the same uniform output subsidy. So you're not distorting across sources. Now with a emitter performance standard, even if it's uniform among emitting sources, renewables are being cut out, so they don't get any subsidy. So then you're giving larger subsidies to polluting sources and nothing to renewable sources. And then we have what we call a differentiated emitter performance standard, which is what we see, what we've seen in these systems is you have then traditionally higher emitting sources get a higher benchmark, which means they get a higher output subsidy. So you see, you know, some of these, so one of these coal-fired plants actually is a net generator of credits. And so they'll have, you know, an incentive to produce and sell credits, even though they're much more emissions intensive than gas or renewables. So it's important to remember that with rate-based emissions trading systems, your total amount of emissions is going to be in proportion to the output of the sources that are getting benchmark allocations. And this creates can create some funky results, especially when we consider that the emissions trading system doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are usually multiple policies. So in this, we're trying to think about how these systems interact with other policies that are there, particularly for renewable energy, like renewable portfolio standards, which you know, implicitly tax electricity to subsidize renewables, and some other policies. And just to, you know, just to summarize quickly some insights from the theory side of this paper. You know, cap and trade says these are all tradable credit systems, and so unlike a carbon tax, you know, that credit price, the price signal depends on what's going on in the market. So the market price is going to respond to overlapping policies or other market conditions. And in a cap and trade sense, there's this well-known waterbed effect, so that you fix the total amount of emissions. So overlapping policies, if you subsidize renewable energy, you're not going to get any additional emissions reductions. You're just pushing on one part of the waterbed, and the water pops up somewhere else. So what you do see is that the price falls. Now, with a uniform performance standard, we find that overlapping policies can actually have counterproductive effects. So in this backfire case that we saw, we subsidize renewable energy, you're lowering the cost of generation. It tends to drive down allowance prices, which makes also coal-fired generation cheaper and allows total output to expand. And then if you have more total output, your performance standard is per unit of output. So if you have more output, you have more emissions. So in this case, by subsidizing renewable energy, you actually increase total emissions, which I think is a counterintuitive effect for most folks. Now, what's interesting though with these like emitter performance standards, there's some different additional effects, because remember the emitter performance standard, renewables don't get any benchmark allocation. So by subsidizing renewables, now you are making generation overall cheaper, but you're displacing the fossil energy. And so then they get fewer allocations and you actually reduce total emissions that way. So there is a crowding out effect that reduces total emissions. So anyway, it's complicated when you're thinking about these rate-based systems and in ways that, the intuition is a bit different than with a traditional cap and trade system. Now, under all of these taxing electricity, that's going to reduce electricity demand and output. So in your rate-based systems, that's also going to lower emissions. So we have an application to look at the proposed evolution of the Chinese emissions trading system. So they have a national ETS that's been launched. At the same time, they also have renewable energy targets, which we're going to model as a renewable portfolio standard, which I mentioned combines a renewable subsidy with a tax on electricity. Now their system is a differentiated emitter performance standard. They have 4 different benchmarks, 3 for coal, 1 for gas-fired plants, and renewables are excluded from these benchmarks. Interestingly, now as they plan to expand to cover heavy industry in the 2nd and 3rd phases, there's a proposal for indirect emission pricing, essentially making those sectors responsible also for their scope 2 emissions, their indirect emissions, which is maybe a kind of a clever way to improve the price pass-through, at least for those industries, although those industries then also get larger benchmarks. So if we look at the different phases, they're a little behind schedule, but this is how we modeled it. So in the first phase just covers the electricity sector with 40% of emissions, national emissions covered. In the second phase, they add iron and steel, cement, and aluminum, and then we'll expand to other emissions-intensive sectors, at which point they get to cover 75% of national emissions, and these industrial sectors then represent 25% of electricity demand. And so what we find that, so we're going to compare, let's just compare cap and trade with the differentiated emitter performance standard that is their stated policy. And we're going to look at the role of 2 overlapping policies, the renewable portfolio standards and the indirect emissions pricing. And so we consider the closest approximation of the envisioned Chinese policy is the DEPS plus both of these overlaps. And so here, let's just look first without overlapping policies. That's the dashed or hatched bars there. So we see that this is for the same emissions, reductions. We see the differentiated emitter performance standards are, 2 to 3 times as costly as cap and trade, as a simple cap and trade. So this is reflecting the cost of that, the penalty of foregoing some of those other opportunities for emissions reduction besides just the efficiency reduction improvements. Now, though, if we add on the overlapping policies, we see actually quite a bit of convergence between the cost effectiveness of the two systems. And I apologize, this is in yuan per ton, and I forget what the dollars per ton comparison is. But we see that, so the overlapping policies do 2 things. Like first, they make up for a decent amount of the deficiencies of the differentiated emitter performance standard, because you're leveling the playing field for renewables with the renewable portfolio standard. You're also taxing electricity, but with that and with the indirect emissions pricing, so you're getting more price pass-through to your consumers to conserve. And so that does significantly improve the cost effectiveness of the rate-based system. It also, the overlapping policies actually reduce the cost effectiveness, so raise the costs of the cap and trade system. Because you're, in a sense, you're distorting the market from what would be the cost-effective allocation. So just some of the lessons we found. So we found that the overlapping policies improve the planned differentiated emitter performance standard by 20 to 30%. We find that actually optimizing then the renewables target could reduce costs another 10%. We find that phasing out the differentiated benchmarks, at least in the power sector, could save 10 to 15% again. And we find that, so when you have the renewable portfolio standard as an option, then the reform going from the uniform emitter performance standard to a uniform sector-wide performance standard is less important, because you're able to true up that difference with your overlapping policy. We still find that switching to cap and trade, this is assuming that there are energy price reforms in the electricity sector to make that competitive and market responsive. So we find that switch makes a lot of the overlapping policies unnecessary. That could save another 30 to 40%. And so, as well, moving to cap and trade can, especially if done in more of with more auctioning, can actually raise a fair amount of funds to deal with a lot of the distributional issues or the other reasons why there is pressure for the benchmark-based approach too. Finally, that we find when you're thinking in the overlapping policies with rate-based systems, that for renewables policy, we find that the reliance on the renewable portfolio standard, so creating this implicit tax on electricity, is really quite important to improve cost pass-through, as opposed to just subsidizing renewables from the taxpayers. Now, there are a lot of reasons why rebating rate-based approaches can actually be efficiency enhancing. I don't want to sound too negative about it. I've actually done a lot of research why there are circumstances where they might be useful. So one is when the regulation would otherwise be insufficiently stringent. If you can't get a straight carbon tax over the line. This was the Swedish argument, that they were able to get a much higher price with the rate-based approach. And so if that gets you closer to the social cost of carbon, that's that can be better than a very low price that equalizes marginal abatement costs and gets efficiency along that one dimension, but not in balance with the marginal benefits of emissions reductions. So that's one reason. And the other circumstances is when you reduce interactions with other market failures. So often the emissions externality is not the only market failure you might worry about. And so I'll just give kind of a list here. I'm happy to talk about more in Q&A if there's time. But there are many reasons why you may not want to fully pass through the embodied carbon costs. A lot of it relate to carbon leakage or an incomplete regulatory coverage. I've done a lot of work on this. And this is, really the reason why in the EU and in California and New Zealand, you've seen reliance on output-based allocation. There's also wide literature on tax interaction. So when you have pre-existing tax distortions in your economy. There can be less disruptive changes to employment. There are reasons relating to uncertainty, and certain circumstances, if prices are already too high, as in the case in the electricity sector in several states in the U.S. I'm unfortunately not sufficiently familiar with the Indonesian setting to know if that's the case, but you may be interacting with price distortions. But a lot of these times, it's also if the actors aren't able to pass on their costs, either because they're regulated in a certain way or they're competing internationally, these tend to be the central cases where rate-based approaches can be attractive. So I'll just leave you with a couple thoughts. So some of the lessons from these different approaches that we've seen. I think the first one is to really consider what are the rationales for wanting a rate-based approach, and thinking about other alternatives that can maybe better meet those needs. So one is, is it because of macroeconomic uncertainty? I think it's important to study what the different options for dealing with that. There are a lot of options for creating intertemporal flexibility. So the EU ETS has banking. Most cap and trade systems have banking. There are options for cost containment, so having price ceilings. And even floors like auction reserve prices. So there are ways to limit volatility that don't necessarily inherently link the emissions target with the subsidy to the covered entities. So another rationale is often political feasibility. So one thing I thought is interesting that the Canadian regulators did is that they did set up this tradable performance standard, and with differentiated standards too, but they explicitly had that for a transition period. And so in the power sector, they knew that, okay, the dirtier plants had a larger allocation initially, but everyone is going pretty quickly down to a standard of the cleanest gas-fired plants. And so that helps create expectations that this free allocation deal isn't going to last forever. And when you're thinking about there are fewer opportunities maybe in the short term to really adjust your emissions quickly, but if you're thinking about making investments, then you have more stringent benchmarks in mind for the future. Equity. So I think one reason that China looked at this approach was sort of recognizing that a lot of the higher emitting facilities were located in traditionally economically disadvantaged regions, and so they didn't want the policy to fall harder on poorer regions. Of course, I think it's worth analyzing whether the best way to deal with regional inequity is to give higher subsidies to the dirtier power plants versus actually collecting revenues and using those revenues in a way that can help support the development of those regions. I will make a note about the
I'm really
CBAM, so
sorry.
the EU's carbon, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Caroline, but I think that the time allocation is up. So
Okay,
yeah.
I have one more slide after this.
Yes,
Do you
yes,
want-
sure, go on.
Okay, yeah. So just to mention, because I think many countries are interested in carbon pricing, and partly in response to the the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is going to ask importers to pay for the carbon embodied in those products. And the EU is doing this as they're phasing out their free allocation also to these trade exposed sectors and then phasing in the CBAM. But just to note that, so they do plan to give credit to embodied emissions effectively paid in these other countries. So then setting up your own emissions trading system is then a way, or carbon pricing system is a way to keep the revenues in country rather than sending them to the EU. But it's just a little note that effectively paid will be net of free allowances given. So a fully benchmark-based approach is not going to be pricing embodied emissions in a way that is not really going to get credits under the CBAM. So finally, just a couple other sort of pitfalls and possibilities with emissions trading systems. One is, so if there's emissions target uncertainty, there are options to use cap and trade. So with rate-based system, you don't know what emissions target you're going to meet. Cap and trade system, you do, and so there are ways of using output-based allocation to get, if that's what you need to address competitiveness or whatever issues, the benefits of rate-based allocation while having the benefits of a fixed target. Important lesson is that early stage ETSs have consistently over-allocated allowances, and so the California experience shows that it's really important to consider an auction reserve price, and there is a way to do that also in rate-based systems and avoid sort of the liquidity and price transparency issues. You can have a consignment auction. So this is something that we saw in the acid rain program, where basically the allocation is going to the entities, but the government withholds a certain share and auctions them off, and then the proceeds go back to the owners of the auctions. And so this is a way to ensure that there's liquidity and we can observe prices. And if there isn't really a lot of demand, then not all of the allowances need to be allocated. So I'll just close just pointing out that, it's great to, I think usually the most important step is getting started. But then thinking about, okay, how can this transition to the ultimate objectives, and really think about creating expectations of higher carbon prices, more stringent policies, and expectations that will drive investment in clean technologies, and then finally thinking about the other complementary policies in addition to the carbon pricing to get where you need to go for meeting your NDCs. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much for very great presentations about the international experience and lessons learned from the rate-based emission trading system. So I think it is very insightful. We've learned much about the rationale for carbon pricing. We also have learned about the trade-offs when we are about to opt for the rate-based emission trading system. So thank you very much. That would be good to maybe to have some discussions after the materials. And yeah, in this session, we would like to invite participants, maybe if there are some questions that that they would like to ask from Caroline. But maybe before we move on to the questions that have been collected here, maybe for the first, we would like to invite Bapak Leonardo Adi Purnama as an expert staff for development of key sectors and infrastructure from Bappenas, maybe to give like a quick and short response from Caroline's presentation. So we know that the government of Indonesia has already launched the carbon market in 2023, and I don't know, there was a target that in 2025 they would like to extend the carbon market coverage to perfectly match for all sectors. So for Bapak Leonardo Adipurnama, maybe you could give like some short response.
Thank you, Pak Rahmat. Maybe I can stand here. So the government of Indonesia actually in 2021 has announced, enacted the President's Regulation number 98, year 2021 about carbon pricing with the purpose of on how we can use carbon pricing to support us in fulfilling the target that we have set in our national, in our NDC, national determined commitment. And with that, in 2023, we have launched the carbon market, but so far it's now only focusing on the energy market, in the energy sector. It is true that in 2025 that it will be expanded to cover several sectors. But again, in order to do that, we still have several homeworks in terms of how we can also improve our structure, our institutional setup. That one of the study that we are considering that Indonesia should have a separate body on in managing this carbon market, as well as on how we can also improve our regulation to accommodate different sectors to be included in this carbon market. So far, with regards to the green taxonomy, we have the Indonesia Special Agency for Financing, or OJK, has launched the green taxonomy, and it will be used as the reference on how we can also promote carbon market for other sectors. The other challenge is on how we can expand our literacy and capacity building throughout not only at the national level but also at the local level, so that everyone can participate in the carbon market trading. So that is all my response to Caroline.
Thank you very much, Pak Leonardo Sambodo. Thank you very much. All right, so that's it. I think that's the response from the Bapenas, from Caroline presentation. So I think that for the rest of the session, we just would like to maybe try to deliver some response from the questions that we have already got from Slido. Can it be presented? Yeah, I know. Caroline, could you see the screen?
Oh, it's very tiny. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
No, the resolution is, it's not, it's like, maybe can you just, to me,
All right, so I just would like to read some of the questions, maybe just for two questions. Here it is, some questions from our participants. First, from James Bryan, as long as does carbon tax effectively reduce corporate emissions, how about tax avoidance? And the second question from Ibu Fahrina Mustafa, which actor should lead in reducing carbon emissions, and how can carbon tax revenue be allocated for maximizing equity and environmental impact in a blue-green economy? So maybe for the first one, it's still like maybe not all people in Indonesia now could differentiate between the terminology about the tax, carbon tax and carbon or emission trading. It's different concept, but there's a question asking about the tax, carbon tax here. So maybe could you please like give some feedback?
yeah. So I think these are very interesting questions. So if you have a tax avoidance issue, so from an economic incentive standpoint, typically we think of carbon tax or a carbon price from emissions trading system as being pretty equivalent. But in practice, there may be some differences. Taxes are generally collected by tax authorities and with pre-existing relationships with the firms. And certain sets of capacity there for collecting taxes and certain pre-existing problems if you have issues with tax avoidance. Emissions trading systems are often implemented as regulations, so you have the environmental regulators checking on enforcement there. So I think often you have to think about the situation in the implementing jurisdiction about what what makes sense, what existing can one piggyback on existing policies and capacities to make sure that it's well enforced and the prices are paid, because you want them both, not only for revenues, but you also that's your incentive for reducing emissions. I think the other question had to do with how can the carbon tax revenues be allocated. So as I said, there are many options for that, and this is where it's really good to sort of look at your own context about because different countries have very different distributional impacts. I almost had a slide on this, the study that included Indonesia, where I think a lot of fuel taxes actually look, fairly progressive already. So, which isn't it's not the case in all countries. So I think first you need to look at, what's the incidence of the tax itself and the equity implications? Is it progressive or regressive? And then think about how to utilize the revenues to assist people in the transition. So it's often, I think some of the best uses of the revenues are helping people become more resilient and more able to respond to the price in a way that so it lowers their costs. So makes public transportation more accessible, or makes clean cooking fuel more accessible. So there are many options, but I would love to hear your thoughts on what what's the right mix for Indonesia.
All right, Caroline, that was very nice to have you here as a part in our international conference. So again, we would highly appreciate for your participation in this conference. So yeah, I think that we can't thank you enough for this moment. I know that it has been already late evening in Washington. So yeah, I think that's it for this session. We learned much from this session actually. And yeah, we hope that we can see another research collaboration maybe, or research opportunities that can be conducted together between maybe World Bank or Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam with Universitas Hasanuddin. Maybe just for your information, that in Universitas Hasanuddin we have several study center. We have the Center of the Climate Change Studies, we have the Center of SDGs, and also we have a research group in Faculty of Economics and Business that very pretty much concerned on the issues of environment, and also maybe there will be like research that can be collaborated for the emission trading system. That it is a very nice topic, and I think yeah, unfortunately, we have limited time for this conference. So again, thank you very much, and we would hope to see you again in another future. Thank you very much, Karen.
Yes, I hope so very much. And feel free to reach out if you have any questions or ideas. I look forward to hearing about the rest of the conference too.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Their Excellencies, guest speakers, and honorable moderator for the insightful and inspiring presentation on international experience and lessons for rate-based emissions trading.
We inform to the all participants, please scan the QR code on your table to make sure your certificate data is correct.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the second session of panelist presentation from our honorable keynote speakers, which will then be moderated by one of the lecturers from Management Department of Faculty of Economics and Business, Hasanuddin University, Dr. Andi Henry Harahap, Bachelor of Art Honors, MM, CWM.
Mrs. Endira finished her bachelor's degree in Accounting and Finance from University of East London, Master degree in Management from Binus Business School, and recently got her doctoral degree from Hasanuddin University. Her field of study is Financial Management.
To the honorable moderator, please take the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for having your time here in International Conference of Accounting, Management and Economics 2024. will be your moderator for this session. For no longer ado, let me introduce you to our two next speakers, Dr. Phung Min Tuan. You may take the stage, and also Dr. Nurmizan bin Bakar from University of Utara Malaysia. Let me introduce you first to the participants today. Let me check my.
Thank you, Andy. And first of all, I'm very pleasure for the Dean and the Vice Rector and even Andy for inviting me to come here for presentation. Is our status in economy, green economy in Southeast Asia now, and my speaker focus on marketing, and so it's some facts, some business, some supply chain, some marketing, some new idea to upgrade now, and I hope we had the experiment is the consultancy for the government, for the enterprise in this conference, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Our second speaker is Dr. Nurmizan here. Dr. Nurmizan, you may introduce yourself to the participants.
So, thank you, moderator. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. I'm Nurmizan bin Bakar from University Utara, Malaysia. So thank you for the organizer for inviting me and give the chance for sharing my knowledge about the economics point of view to this team today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So for no longer ado, I will let Mr. Tun to give his topic for today's international conference in ICAM. The time is yours.
Okay, let's start for the marketing. We, you know, in the academic field, we also have the finance, marketing, finance interface. So that's the reason why I come here to talk in the international conference in accounting, management, finance, and marketing. What is the marketing? What is the role of marketing in the green economy and business sustainability? And next slide, we also have some content I deliver in this conference. It's the first time we talking about the green economy growing pains. And we can see what is the problem in the green economy, especially in Asia. Another one there, we have how the business sustainability and the role of marketing and the manager of marketing. The third one, we have how the government to build the marketing policy. It's the support for the enterprise to compete with others. And the final one, we have the business phase in the challenger and opportunity. What is the opportunity of enterprise in Southeast Asia, especially in Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Thailand? And what is the status? What is the challenger and opportunity? And next slide, we just have the next slide. We just talking about the green economy growing pains. And you know, we now in progress to living in green, everything for green. Especially the world, the tipping point in the sustainability and investor, as you see in previous keynote speaker, she talked about more investor increasing focus on ESG, environment, social, and governance. It means we consumer are demand transparency and accountability, government setting legally binding target, and companies are stepping with a bold commitment. And another one is some new solution trigger bottlenecks and very resource, infrastructure, capability, and their demand. And the supply of sustainability related resource will enhance investment and innovation. And that is the marketing field in this stuff. Next slide, we will have some benefits of the green economy now. Next slide. Green economy has the first one is the cost saving. The second one is hand brand reputation. How we can use the green into your brand culture. That's either why we can have a reputation in over the world. Combined with the e-commerce, combined with the technology, combined with AI, we can have the reputation is so quickly as you can. In another one, you know, if you would like to be a go-to market, we have a long time, but in case e-commerce we have the green everything, building the competitive edge. We have the compliance, we have the talent attraction and retention, and we can assess the financial. As you see in the keynote speaker talk more about, in that time, every government in over the world can support the finance for every concept product in green economy. Next slide. And how we can do for the government. I just share you a framework. This is the stand side curve, smile curve model, but I modify it something. You see in this the stand side curve model, you know now in the cost leading segment, it means that every M&E, the company in over the world, to focus on the cost leading. That's the company from China. And now you see we have the two terms. The first one we can develop in the technology leading segment. Some company in Vietnam, in Indonesia, we can follow this term. But the purchase, everything, you focus on the R&D, research and development. It's very difficult to do. In another one, we can see this the term in this here. We can use, it's the industrial inside, and the industrial inside, we can focus on marketing. Marketing in this case, we focus on market segmentation. I have an example. We also have the supply chain from the China, and so modify the product to suitable with your customer, your consumer. It's a focus on the marketing. That's the green conceptualization. In this case, we can have the new value modified with the consumer in Indonesia, in Vietnam, in Malaysia. Because as you know, we cannot follow the economy of scale, the efficiency of manufacturing in China. That's a huge manufacturing. The one is the why we focus on marketing. In another slide, this for me is some insight into the government policy. How can we do this? Boost the marketing for the consumer insight in the global supply chain, especially in manufacturing in China. That's either the government policy should be more purchased in the marketing capability of workforce. That's the very easy to do compare each other. At the same time, you see in the workforce in Vietnam now, every day, every year, now the talent from student to entry to enter university for the marketing is so huge, and that's the talent student. Maybe it's Indonesia and every Asia, maybe it's look like the same. And so we try, the government policy try to start up innovation and ecosystem to combine is better based on the marketing capability for workforce. It's our insight for the government. Next slide. And for the for the business sustainability, I just put on the concept green branding. Green branding. This is how can we do green branding. Next slide. You can see this is the model. You can build brand culture. Brand culture. in the green economy. And you see in the firm, the influencer, the customer, the popular culture, you put in the brand story, in how is the core in the brand culture. Brand culture in this time, in this case, we put in the green centricity. It's called consumer centricity. Now we can build green centricity. It's every activity of the firm, of the enterprise, to around the green centricity. Everything. Next slide. In another model, other model. This is a new thing. In the we can see something how we can compete with other company in China, especially you see TEMU, you know, yeah. How can we compete with them? The Indonesia government has the control. They can buy something in Indonesia, but we can do. We can not do that. Following the trend, we have some idea in this term. Yeah, you can see in this the term is the value pricing thermometer. Value pricing thermometer is the cost of goods sold. This is the China's. How can we compete with them? Maybe we cannot. Now, they compete by the low COGS, cost of goods sold. And at the end, they can sell the low price, and they have a firm incentive to sell. They try to sell, not for the consumer. And what is the enterprise like in Vietnam and Indonesia and Thailand and Malaysia can do? That's it. Here is the perceived value. We focus on the perceived value. What is the perceived value? That is the perception of consumer, the value. It's here. In this time, we have a gap in the consumer incentive to purchase. Consumer would like to buy something. This is a benefit for them. In that case, I put the green concept in this guy. That is the marketing efforts. In this case, the enterprise can have the higher level, the talent in marketing. The talent in marketing. In this case. What is them say is the green concept in perceived value. That is the way the enterprise in Vietnam and Indonesia and Malaysia and Thailand can do now. That's my idea in this presentation, and maybe it's my consultancy, because my background is a consultant for the government, for the enterprise, and so we just focus on the consultancy, not academic model. But in that case, the academics, we can build the new model in something. It's an example in the how we can build the new concept in the green concept. Another one, we integrate the marketing, finance, marketing, accounting interface in your model. It's everything can measurable, even in the marketing. And so that's either my idea in our presentation. And thank you, Andy.
pardon. So thank you so much, Mr. Tun. So let me recap some of your points in your material that you are talking about the green economy challenges that we have facing now, the business sustainability of the role of the marketing, that the marketing centrics will be the point, the ring of centricity. And then the government role in marketing policy is also bring much more practices about the sustainable economics. And also there's a green branding and ecosystem buildings that you are provide and then already teach in Vietnam, if I'm can tells about the marketing serving as a bridge to communicate this value effectively. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tun. So for no further ado, let Dr. Mizan to take the podium for your next presentation. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Nur Mizan, ladies and gentlemen.
So thank you, moderator. It's okay. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good morning. So Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa salatu wa salam asrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi salli sadri wa sili amri wa la'udatan min lisani yahu qali. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the organizer for inviting me and give the opportunity to have a speech here. And I feel very fortunate and honored to be at this very great seminar with a global theme, the integration of blue, green economy and business for sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from the state of Kedah, located in northern Malaysia. Kedah is as beautiful as Makassar. If Makassar is adorned by the Makassar Strait, Kedah is accompanied with the Strait of Malacca. And in Kedah, there is a mountain, maybe you have heard, Gunung Jerai, famous in maritime history as a guide to sailors. However, 3 years ago, I was shocked, and not only me, the whole Malaysian was shocked. Why? A flash flood disaster occurred, destroying home, fields, and even life. I was thinking about what happened, and my heart was touched. Like what? Maybe you know this song, Ebit Ade songs. Oh. Let me sing these songs in Malay for a better touching. Mengapa di tanahku terjadi bencana? Mungkin Tuhan sudah bosan melihat tingkah laku kita yang selalu salah dan bangga dengan dosa-dosa, atau alam mulai enggan bersahabat dengan kita. So, and you have this English translation here too. So, this disaster has prompted me and all to seek out its cause. What is sin of Malaysians? What is our sin? We found out that extraordinary rain due to the global climate change and the tragedy also happened because of deforestation in that area. Yes, does you or me doesn't need to be asked from nature, don't need to ask rumput, ombak, or matahari, as Eric said. The answer is within us, humans. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathering today to discuss a global agenda: global warming, climate change, blue oceans, environmental damage, and justice for all. And this agenda are no longer just a story within our region, only in Malaysia or in Indonesia, but across national border. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 10 years ago, in 2015, the world agreed to heal, preserve, and nurture a world that is beautiful, lively, comfortable, with its seas, mountains, sweetness, saltiness, richness, night and day, so that it can be enjoyed together in the present generation and the future generation. We name it Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. The goal of sustainable economic and social development, GDP and standard of living, growth that can be enjoyed by all generations, and the preservation of nature with a slogan: no one left behind. So our friends in Asia, in South Africa, in Europe are entitled and unite. So SDG encompass 17 goals. First, the world wealth is enjoyed together. Second, no one should go hungry, let it be equally satisfied. Third, let it be healthy. There is medicine if you are sick. Fourth, so that everyone knows how to read and tell stories about the knowledge they encounter. Fifth, do not let anyone touch a woman. The opportunities must be safeguarded. Sixth, drink and bath in clean water and conducive environment. Seven, the night are bright and life is comfortable. Eight, a developed economy is shared by all. 9, technological innovation is not meant to be monopolized. 10, there is no gap between countries in enjoying economic, political, and social benefit, whether the country in the north or south of the world. 11, the house in the city or village can be lived in comfortably. 12, consumer and producer together ensure that their behavior no longer destroy the environment. 13, don't heat up the world anymore. 14, the fish, turtle, and all our friends in the ocean were also happy. 15, trees and animal becomes our friend. 16, wherever we are, Palestine, Ukraine, North Korea, security and justice for all. 17, together in harmony, equally high or low, achieve the SDG. So ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of the SDG, our destination at 2030, only about 5 years more to achieve what we promised and what we agreed upon. So my speech today will look at this SDG from history, achievement, and challenges. And then next, I will examine the interaction between firms and government regarding their commitment to the SDG.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, the SDG have 17 goals supported by 169 targets. SDG is a continuation from the 1992 Earth Summit we adopt Agenda 21. Among the initial initiatives to frame conducive agreement in the global agenda. In 2000, the world witnessed a more comprehensive agreement with the name Millennium Development Goal, or MDG. This is the starting point for the SDG. So MDG outlined 8 goals and 21 targets. And the main difference between MDG and SDG is that MDG was formulated by technical experts, but SDG was accompanied by UN Open Working Group from 70 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, why have we risen with such agenda in recent decades? It is none other than because we celebrate progressive starting from 1,600 ago. The first industrial revolution to the modern world, with fast vehicle, TVs, refrigerators, and much more applicants. We initially did not realize that our invisible hand that has made our economy advance and our life comfortable. But this invisible hand has become a dirty hand that causes unhealthy market competition, unhealthy economic progress, and ultimately we become unhealthy. As it rains, the sea turning black, water becoming murky, our words resource depleting, our forests become barren, everything is being polluted. We are starting to rethink our relationship with them in context of the economy and society. Allah has reminded us our hands that cause pollution in the world. And Prophet Muhammad ﷺ has also advised us against the wastefulness. So the doctrine of the relationship between nature, economy, and society is viewed from support for nature. Whether ethnocentric or ecocentric, both are limited by scientific argument constraints by the scope of human thought, which is structured through experience from the dynamic of the nature. We don't know for sure until it happens. We can only guess that something will happen. However, the thought of nature and humanity from Islamic-centric perspective encompass the ethno-social aspect and the eco aspect, which pertains to the right of nature itself. Ethno and ecocentric are a result of human goals in interpreting their right towards nature. Therefore, actions toward nature, how to use and preserve nature, are a result of the ethno and eco space action. And the effect can only be seen when the earth is already sick. Why is so? The ethno and eco thought space sometimes goes astray because they believe in egoistic, selfish, and rational causes justice to the nature to be unattainable. So ladies and gentlemen, justice to nature, not only to flora or fauna, land and sea, but also to the right of all humans who inhabit it, depend on how we create rules and laws that align the creation with its functions. Let's not reject progress and live without civilization just to maintain tradition. On the contrary, we exploit nature because it gives us satisfaction.
impregnating all creation and things in their place is the nature of such justice. So I have a simple joke. We cannot force a camel to talk just to make me happy, just to make our happy. So our greed has made our world sick and hot. We have realized that our world is getting hotter even before there were any SDG. We in Southeast Asia may not understand that heat well because we are used to this high temperature. However, we have also noticed that sea levels are rising. We have collaborated in the Conference of Parties, COP, to discuss global warming as a more specific agenda. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are the obstacles of the SDG? UN DESA report in the SDG 2023, currently only 38% have reached the target. So it means that 62% has not been achieved. In fact, some targets have come to a halt. So I collect 4 examples of the obstacle and challenge achieving the SDG. The first, lack of the understanding by the firm. Second, consumer attitude, consumer awareness. And the third, financial constraint and high cost of the government. And the last one, the fundamental public cultural constraints. So, ladies and gentlemen, previous studies have examined the relationship between SDG and economy from various angles, including economics and social development, environmental impacts, health effect, and various disciplines. From the economic theory perspective, the SDG can be analyzed within the framework of perfect competition and the imperfect competition market. So I have stated the 4 challenges earlier in achieving the SDG. So let's focus on 2 main obstacles. First, the relationship between firm and the SDG. There is a firm does not understand and does not even know about the SDG. And the second, the relationship between SDG and consumer, who are indifferent and don't aware towards the SDG. So I analyze these 2 relationships within a single economic analysis model. There is strategic trade policy. So strategic trade policy provides analytical method. There is a game theoretic approach to examine the imperfect market at the international level. Imperfect competition means that firms have the power to determine price, to determine quantities in possessing their market power. Assuming the market conditions are like this and the game as follows, first assume that we have 2 countries with 1 firm in each country. Second, the company export to third market. And the third assumption is that the government provides support to firms in their respective countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, suppose a consumer with utility that encompass quantity and awareness or any attribute through the alpha toward this green product. So, consumer increase the utility with that alpha. The environmental or green value present in that goods by the alpha, if a consumer has strong for the environment, they will choose goods with higher environmental or green value. Such products with eco-label or those that can be recycled, reused, or circular friendly goods. So if we assume that alpha is higher than alpha asterisk, it means that the green value for the first good is larger. However, if consumers are not environmentally conscious, they will choose product with lower environmental value as long as maybe that's good cheap or cheaper. When we maximize the utility function,
We define a demand function that includes those environmental factors within it. So this means the demand function is related to environmental value of the products. In fact, this consumer attitude can be further developed by making comparison between countries. So previous studies examine consumer attitude toward green product, and there are at least this factor for social norms, natural environment awareness, green product characteristic, benefit of that green product, institutional trust, social demographic, green image of the firm. So all these factors can be assumed by this alpha, and it will affect the demand functions later on. So consumer like this, with that kind of utility functions, we call as green consumers. And are you, ladies and gentlemen, are green consumers too? I'm quite sure, all people here in Makassar are green friendly. Why? Yesterday, when I arrived at the Sultan Hasanuddin Airport, I found out that all forms were digitalized. So, no more paper, right? So that's why, no wonder, from the flight, I saw a green scenery, okay? And sometimes we feel that we have that green attitude, but we choose gray because our priorities to the price and other factors. So the formation of green consumer in addressing consumer challenges toward the SDG can be overcome by educating consumer on this product. Sorry. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's look at the firm's strategy in international duopoly competitions with green product and assume that this is the profit function of the firm. So here we have three important components for the firm. So first, the revenue value that takes into account the green value in the demand structure that we derive from the utility functions. So both the value of subsidy and government policy or the interventions are positive or negative. So, and then here in SQ, so if consumer and government have high green value, firm will try to meet this because of the high demand and regulation and support for the green product. So if this value is low or zero, so the firm no longer takes this value into account when measuring their profit. So rationally, the firm does not offer those with high green value. However, if a firm has a high value of sustainability responsibility, it still acts voluntarily. So this is the third component. The last component here, which is the cost of green production. So the cost of green production in the equation, there is a gamma here, includes the R&D costs, advertising costs, and other related expenses. Ladies and gentlemen, however, the firm tries to deceive by engaging in what we call it as greenwashing. Okay. So, institutionally, with the SDG, the role of firm is addressed by ESG. So ESG is almost the same as CSR, referring to how firm achieve social responsibility with their productions. ESG is broader
as it serves as guide on how companies achieve those social responsibility, such as environmental care through their productions. Now, SDG ESG has become a new benchmark for firm performance because there are already a system for evaluating the ESG, such as the ESG scores. So in summary, ESG is a guide for firm to achieve SDG. With ESG, the challenge to achieve SDG can be overcome, and we can overcome this kind of the greenwashing. So in the context of international duopoly competition, firms will rationally cooperate or compete in the market to seize the market power. So cost, quantity, and green value are determined by the type of the strategy adopted by firms. In fact, cooperating or competing leads to socially optimal choice to the opposite. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so strategic policy will be complete by looking at this government. Even in the framework of international duopoly games, the government is the first player on stage because government commits or determines the policy at the first stage. So here is the government welfare function. So it includes the producer surplus, and the policy. So in the usual duopoly competition, for example, the original model by Brenda and Spencer, for example, it roles the governments how help the firm to seize market power.
Dr.
However,
Nurmizan,
here,
you have
government
2 minutes
policy
more.
is represented by form of support for firm or restriction on firm, the SXI.
Pardon, Dr. Nurmizan, you have 2 minutes
Okay,
more
I'm
for
going to
finishing
finish in a
your
minute.
presentation.
So
Thank
in
you.
fact, there are times when government can enhance the green attitude of local firm by supporting this foreign firm. Okay, so in my model for analyzing the import of hybrid car in Malaysia, we propose a result where the import promotion can be as an export promotion to the small country like Malaysia. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the SDG can only be achieved through the cooperation three parties, that is firm, consumer, and the government. So, our model, my model, that strategic trade policy shows how competition and cooperation can produce optimal policy. So, we no longer want to be a firm, that especially multinational firm, that damage the environment by choosing pollution havens when determining the production locations. So we don't want to depict the tragedy of the commons with selfish attitude and the destructions of nature and the exploitation of the resource. So thank you for your time for listening. So I give it to our moderator.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nurmizan. You may take a seat, sir. So let me recap some of your presentation for today, that you are talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, which is shift from the Millennium Development Goals, or we know as MDGs, to Sustainable Development Goals, 17 points of SDGs. And then there's a key challenge in green trade policy, including business, customers, government, and public. That's why we are coming to the conclusion that the strategic trade policy framework that you already present in mathematical functions, such as the consumer utility function, firm profit function, and government welfare function, to illustrate the economic impact of green trade policies. And also the optimal policies under imperfect global market, and it should aim to balance economic growth with sustainable practices, maximizing societal welfare and environmental preservation. I think that's your resume for your presentation. So for our participant, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, we already provide you the QR code for you to join the question and answer session. You may have the questions. We already have the questions. So I will let Mr. Tun first to choose your questions. And then you have maybe 1.5 minutes to answer it. So please, Mr. Tun.
Yeah. Thank you for your comment and your question. And and in just time we choose some comment. And if you can discuss longer, we can send the email and everything. In this time we had from the Champ Brian. Is can green concept increase product branding in term quality and neutrality to general public? How explain in general? That is a very interesting question because you know in Asia, in the world and in the world, green concept is so popular. And how can we can have that to be interesting with your consumer? You must be to integrate with your product, your culture. I had an example. This is the performance in the beginning of the conference. You see in the performance, that is the culture in Hasanuddin University, and we can build this the idea integrated with your product. That is example. How can we build the green economy, green concept in Hasanuddin University? That's we can use the culture, the green, and Hasanuddin. This the mix. Is my idea for this question. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
You
so
can.
I will let Dr. Nurmizan to take his opportunity to select one of the questions, please.
Okay. It's okay? So I think the question from mine is the questions by Ibal. Okay. So what strategic policy can companies implement to navigate the green trade challenges and secure resource for sustainable business model amid rising demand? So actually, the strategic policies must be done or imposed by the government, okay? And the companies will act based on the law or regulations that made by the government. Okay? Government not only make the policies, but also the incentive, giving subsidies, giving the technical support, and so on. So in order to make companies get involved in those green productions, government needs to intervene in the market. So that is the point of the trade policies. Okay? But the original trade policies analysis was to analyze how actually government helps their company to catch the international market. Okay? So that's what we have see today. So the developed country support their company, support their electric car companies and so on because of this. Not because they love environment, because they want to capture the market. Okay? So there is.
Mr. Chen, do you want to have to add some? Okay.
I just had some insight for the other example to how to green in your product. It's the example. It's the international conference. How the concept green conceptual like this in this conference. This is the water. we use the plastics. And next year, if we organize the conference, we can use this reused bottle in this conference. That's either a little bit concept for green. We would like to boost green, everything, every day, everywhere. In educator, in industry, in social. That's the one way we can do. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tun. So next year ICAM, every participant needs to bring their own tumbler, and then we have the refill station for you to have a drink. Thank you so much for your suggestion for the next event. So let me conclude the summary of our the two distinguished presenters today. That in conclusion that we understand the struggling of the green economic, so we need the government intervention for the policy, and also we have the insight for navigating the green economy's challenge to ensure the business sustainability and the importance of strategic policy align with the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals. I think that's the end of our session. So thank you so much for Mr. Tun and also Dr. Nurmizan for having here in the 90th of ICAM 2024. Thank you so much, and also for the participant, give a round of applause for our two speakers. Thank you so much. I will give it back to our MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Their Excellencies, guest speaker and honorable moderator for the insightful and inspiring presentation on marketing and green economy.
We inform to all the participants, please scan the QR code on your table to make sure your certificate data is correct.
Once again, we inform to all the participants, please scan the QR code on your table to make sure your certificate data is correct. Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. We will now move on to the last session of panelist presentation from our honorable keynote speaker, which will then be moderated by one of the lecturers from Accounting Department of Faculty of Economic and Business, Hasanuddin University, Rizky Utami, SM Master of Accounting Finance.
Mrs. Rizky Utami got her master's degree from University of Adelaide. Her field of study is accounting and finance.
To the honorable moderator, please take the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, I want to repeat it again because it's almost lunch break. So we need to put our positive energy anymore. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I would like to extend the warm welcome for all of the participants who have joined with us today. And also, to continue to this session, I would like to invite for our distinguished speakers for this session. The first is Pak Leonardo Teguh Sambodo. And also for the second speaker, I would like to invite Professor Fitra Roman Cahaya. I would like also to invite you to join with me at the stage. Please give a round of applause for our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come into this session, I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers. So Pak Teguh Leonardo Teguh Sambodo from Indonesia's Ministry of National Development Planning or Bappenas. And Pak Sambodo or Pak Teguh is also graduate from Cornell University. And actually we are very lucky and also fascinating because we have invited one of the key person who have already built the roadmap for blue economy and also understand about the blue economy concepts from Pak Teguh. And also he is graduated from Lincoln University, New Zealand as his PhD for, if I'm not mistaken, farming management as well, Pak. Yes, so our distinguished speakers from Bappenas will bring a little bit about the materials regarding about the blue economy concept. And then the second speaker, Professor Fitra Romancahaya from the University of Essex, England, UK. And he is also a lecturer from Accounting Department, Essex Business School. And Professor Cahaya is a well-respected scholar in accounting and sustainability with a focus on aligning economy policies with environmental values. His work offers valuable insights into how academic and policy-driven approaches can intersect to foster sustainability. So we can also check the published papers through the Google Scholar from Pak Fitra Romancahaya. I could get the nickname Pak Cahaya, Prof. Cahaya. All right, so Roman, okay. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just continue to our session. We will listen the insight from Pak Teguh for the first time. So time is yours. Pak. I think we can have like around 20 minutes, or let's just see. Now it's already 11:30. So maybe 15 minutes, Pak. It's a very short term, 15 minutes, but maybe we can give, or maybe we can allocate the discussion time around 25 minutes, yes.
Thank you. It is a challenge for 15 minutes presentation, but I will try my best to share with you about the blue economy policy in Indonesia. Slide, please. So, for blue economy development in Indonesia, actually this is very relevant as Indonesia is the largest archipelagic countries in the world. And we hope that by consolidating our effort in blue economy development, we can find a new source of growth. And this is because there are many megatrends that we need to respond to in the world. It is not only about on how we can respond to manage our resources, but also on how we can manage our population. Because it is not only about our resources, but the ones that consume our resources. And also there are also there are many challenges as well related to on how we can improve our resilience towards climate change, as well as in responding to global dynamics, especially about geopolitics, trades, disruption of technology and other factors. Could you please next to the slide? Yeah. And as well, at the same time, we are also facing that most of the population now will live in urban area. So what we will do with regards to the people in the coastal area and small islands. These are among the challenges that we are facing now. Next. And with regards to climate change, this is very important as the change in temperature, rainfall, as well as sea level rise will also involve on how we can manage our land, islands, as well as on how we can make sure our resilience in managing our resources. And since Rio 2012, Rio 20, next. The global movement towards recognizing the importance of blue economy started. And this has been prompted with several countries to respond to this new movement, new recognition, particularly in the Euro area, European area with the Blue Growth Strategy announced in 2012, as well as the small countries such as Mauritius has announced the ocean economy a roadmap that become the reference of other countries to follow, including Seychelles, Indonesia, and other countries. And what we are now having as a blue economy roadmap actually came from the inspiration of the study conducted by OECD in 2020 about ocean economy, in which Indonesia is highlighted as one of the countries that has the largest potential in benefiting from ocean economy development. And next, with that, we try to learn about what is about blue economy, because we know about this. We have maybe several policy related to blue economy, but actually blue economy is maybe it's not about only a color, blue, green, brown, black. Yeah, maybe there will be yellow, purple economy, yellow economy, pink economy, maybe, yeah, strawberry economy, I don't know. But it is about on how we can provide social economic impacts for current and future generation using our resources, particularly based on oceans. And with regards to the mega trends, we hope this blue economy concept can also help us to respond to automation, green economy, circular economy, and smart mobility, and other kind of global trends with a more sustainable way. Next, for that, we then developed the Blue Economy framework for Indonesia's economic transformation to realize our modalities in terms of islands, in terms of how many areas of sea that we have, on how we can benefit from our exclusive economic zone, and how we can also mitigate different challenges. Next. And we hope that with that, we can also learn from the current policy that we have, including Law number 32 on ocean, and then Indonesia Ocean Policy in 2017, and also on how we can also support the achievement of SDGs. So blue economy is not only about SDGs number 14, but we can see there are about 11 SDGs that are related to blue economy. It is also about job, about poverty, about food security, about responsible consumption and production, and other kinds of SDGs that we can achieve by implementing blue economy. Next. We also try to use the projection that has been outlined in the Indonesian Vision 2045, in which the maritime GDP is expected to grow until 12.5% in 2045. And with the other technical planning document, we hope that we can also start to pave our way in developing blue economy. Next. And based on this strategy, we also, during our chairmanship in G20 in 2022, together with the United Nations, Indonesia launched the National Blue Agenda Action Partnership under the leadership of the former Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, focusing on how we can promote blue health, blue food, blue innovations, blue finance, that will help us strengthen our collaboration between Indonesia and our international development partners. And with this, we hope that we can achieve several aspects in the medium-term development plan 2020 until 2024 related to maritime development. Next, based on these different documents and this platform, next, we then developed the Blue Economy, Indonesia Blue Economy Roadmap. This is the first time in Asia that a country within the ASEAN member countries develop an integrated Blue Economy Roadmap that does not only focus on fishery and marine capture fish, but also try to embrace other sectors within the blue economy concept, including maritime industry, trade, transportation, logistics, marine tourism, biotechnology and bioeconomy, research and education, marine ecosystem conservation and services, as well as renewable energy. And with the vision on how we can use our ocean resources based on knowledge, knowledge-led blue economy to create socio-economic prosperity, a healthy marine environment, and resilience. And ladies and gentlemen, if you see the mission, there are 4 missions in this roadmap. We put environment as the first mission. Why? Because this is important, because this is the source of wealth that we need to manage. And based on the wealth of the environment, of the resources, we then can create economic growth and added value for the well-being and shared prosperity among our people. And for that, we also develop enabling ecosystem that will help us strengthen and also further develop blue economy in the future. Next. These are the explanation about the focus as well as the strategies for each sectors. So we are basically focusing on uplifting the established sectors, which are the marine capture, fisheries, and aquaculture, marine-based manufacturing. Next. Maritime trade, transportation, and logistics, and tourism. If we are trying to uplift these established sectors, we also think that these sectors need to be improved in terms of their adoption towards more sustainable practices. We call it greening the blue economy. For example, in transportation, we always rely on fossil fuel as the main source of energy. So by developing green ports, green transportation using electric vessels, for example, we have some choices on how we can promote green economy within the blue economy, as well as in tourism. For example, during the activities, tourism activities, we also need that there will be a carbon compensation. What do you call it? Carbon offset, sorry, carbon offset in tourism. And we have tried in several areas, including in Papua Barat Daya, in Raja Ampat. They are now developing a special regulation on how the tourists, even before they come to Raja Ampat, they can apply for carbon offset based on their travel, as well as based on the plan of activities that they will have. Next. And also we need to improve, to promote the emerging sectors. Next, please. Including in renewable energy and also biotechnology and bioeconomy. I would like to focus on biotechnology and bioeconomy because this is quite challenging in Indonesia. But so far, we need on how we can expand our bioprospecting that we have currently have started. To develop on how the supply chains, we can use the result from bioprospecting to create high potential bioresources as well as the new type of products. This is very prospective in Indonesia, and with this, we hope that we can engage not only academia, but also university community, as well as the research and innovation institutions in Indonesia to collaborate to promote this particular sector. Next. Besides renewable energy and biotechnology and bioeconomy, we think that education as well as marine conservation and ecosystem services are important. The carbon pricing that we have discussed early this morning is related to the ecosystem services, that actually we can trade our effort in managing our resources with the ones who are with companies that are required to offset their activities, maybe that are not yet sustainable. Next. So based on this strategy, we have also defined 5 steps five stages on how we can develop blue economy, starting with the consolidation. And we hope that during the next 5 years, we can use blue economy as one of the sources of growth. Next. And we have defined several action plans, and if you can see, each of the states consists of several action plans. And one of the target we have revised previously, it was outlined that we can achieve 12.5% of our maritime GDP in 2025. But based on the calculation in 2020, it was already achieved 7.9% of maritime GDP. So we increased our target in 2025 to achieve 15% of GDP. To rely on particularly the 5 winning clusters, which is fisheries and aquaculture, transportation and maritime activities, shipbuilding, maintenance and repair services industry, maritime renewable energy, and blue food. Next. And Indonesia, next, please. And we are not only developing the roadmap, but also we are developing an instrument, a tool on how we can monitor the progress of blue economy development in Indonesia. As you can see, South Sulawesi has the highest blue economy index. Maybe we can have applause for South Sulawesi. It means that it has a very conducive ecosystem to support blue economy development in Indonesia. Of course, South Sulawesi is very strong in the economic pillars because this index consists of the social pillars, economic pillars, and environment. South Sulawesi is its excellence in economic pillars, but we need to promote more on how this wealth from the ocean can also improve the welfare of the people, as well as to promote more environmental sustainability. Next. And based on, and this is what I mentioned before, greening the blue to make it more sustainable. Particularly for blue economy roadmap, we focus in these 5 strategies, including sustainable resource utilization, pollution reduction, particularly in tackling marine debris, and as well as ecosystem restoration, development of renewable energy based on ocean currents, for example, wind energy, and also from the sun. And then marine conservation areas to improve the designated area 10% until 30%, and then improving governance and policy. Next. And Indonesia has also tried to introduce the concept of blue economy in the ASEAN, and we follow the ASEAN leaders' declaration on blue economy during the Brunei Darussalam chairmanship in 2021 by having 2 forum in 2022 and in 2023 and 2024 with the hope that Indonesia will also introduce on how ASEAN can promote blue economy development as one of the sources of growth. And during the Indonesia chairmanship, we have finalized and the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. And in September 2023, the framework has been adopted. And during this year, during Lao chairmanship, the Special Task Force on Blue Economy has been set up. And the next thing is to introduce, to promote, to also engage Malaysia, that will be the next chairman of ASEAN in 2025 to continue these efforts. And these are the highlights of the Blue Economy Framework. Next, please. Basically, they almost similar on how we can improve our understanding about the blue economy concept based on blue conservation management, blue science, technology, and innovation, as well as blue priority sectors. Of course, the categorization will be different, and these are the 3 categories that we agree in ASEAN on how we can promote blue economy. Next. And for the implementation in Indonesia, we involve different actors, including from line ministries, and we define line ministry based on their authorities and competence. Next, and next, please. And to follow up the roadmap, we have started several activities. The first one is Blue Food Assessment has been concluded in September 2024, just last month. And we will continue for another activities related to the development of Blue Taxonomy that can be part of the reference on how we can develop investment, attract investment, develop pricing for blue carbon, and other activities. And we are going also to develop the concept of cold chain network, Blue Economy Innovation Center, to promote more about bioprospecting and to improve the food and nutritional as well as blue carbon, based on our modalities in seagrass and mangrove rehabilitation. Next. And we also try to improve on how we can fund these activities using the Blue Finance Instrument Development Guidelines. Next, please. And in 2023, we have announced the first sukuk, or the first blue bond in Indonesia. This is a portfolio bond, and next, maybe we will develop a project-based bond. And for the National Long-Term Development Plan, there are some text missing because of the color. But under the law 59 year 2024 on Long-Term Development Plan 2025-2045, we have several strategies related to blue economy development. It is related to food security, productivity improvement, inclusive development until digitalization, rural development, domestic integration, as well as resilience. So blue economy actually covers different areas within our development aspect. And we hope by consolidating the efforts under the blue economy roadmap, we can achieve, next please, one of the vision between 2025 until 2029, that blue economy can be one of the sources of growth for Indonesia. Maybe that is all that I can share with you. Thank you, and looking forward for a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pak Teguh, for insightful presentation. Yeah, so we have gained the new perspective of the developments and the implementation for the blue economy in Indonesia. So I think we can discuss a further idea about the blue economy after this. So I think I just need to give like key highlights that I get from your presentations, that we have a vision for increasing the contribution of maritime GDP to Indonesia's economy. We need to aiming for 15% by 2045, and we have a vision for that. We have kind of like a great perspective for that, because we are one of the best, largest potential country to reach the blue economy goals and SDGs goals as well. I think it's very interesting as well, because our vision at UNHAS is mention blue, not blue, but BMI, Benua Maritim Indonesia. So we have the Indonesian maritime continent that have been stated into our vision. So it's aligning with the vision of the blue economy for Indonesian scale. Okay, now let's just move to our second speaker, Pak Roman. I think I would like to invite you to just share your insights as well. Time is yours, Pak.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Still morning, I think. Good morning. Very honor for me to be here to meet in person colleagues from the University of Hasanuddin, to meet in person fellow speakers, to meet in person conference participants, wonderful students here. I have been working at the University of Essex for 4 years, but because I'm originally from Indonesia, I'm still proud to wear batik. Right, so finally, after I spent about 19 hours to come here, I would like to try to address the issue, the topic, from the accounting perspective. I put my email address in case you want to discuss more about the issue that I addressed. Feel free to contact me, and I will be more than happy to respond to your email. And we can have further discussion even via Zoom. Right. Can I? Or next, please. Right. So this is the outline that I would like to address. I will give you a short overview because I think the previous speakers have addressed blue-green economy. But importantly, I would like to discuss about the role of accounting in this important agenda. As well, I will give you some illustrations about real-life examples about issues in the company's sustainability reporting in relation to sustainability information that they provide in the sustainability report. Yep. As we all know that businesses have been major players, major contributors to environmental degradation, and therefore we all know that initiatives for saving the planet were finally formalized. So when we talk about blue, green economy or pink economy or SDGs, actually they are all, we call it as formalized initiatives. Okay, 20 years ago when I did my PhD, when I examined sustainability reporting, okay, at that time, not many people believed that sustainability then finally became formalized initiatives through, for example, SDGs, right? So again, SDGs, blue economy are kinds of formalization of how we try to address to save the planet. So principally, as you know, in the blue-green economy, ocean and land-based businesses must manage or minimize environmental impacts of their operations to sustain the businesses themselves, people, us, community members, and the planet. Right, so I will take an example from the seafood industry. I took this example from a paper published in AAAJ, one of the top accounting journals, Accounting, Auditing, and Accountability Journal, written by one of the most outstanding accounting scholar in this area, Professor Babington. So in the paper, it has been identified that there are some challenges in the seafood industry, in the seafood sector. Okay. Well, over 3 billion people, including us, rely on seafood as a major source of protein. The overall ecological condition of global fish stock is poor. Okay. The seafood industry has been characterized by a history of overexploitation and substantial ecosystem degradation. So while we are consuming good protein, because of that activity, there are some problems on the ocean. So this resulted from transnational mobility of both fish and fishing fleets. Many fish stocks have ranges that overlap jurisdictional and national boundaries, creating mismatches and gaps in governance. So it is quite difficult to govern, to enforce this industry's operation because the activities can happen at the border of several countries. Okay, so for example, in Indonesia, we have our neighboring country, Malaysia, Singapore, and it is sometimes too difficult to govern the activities on the ocean in the area. Okay? Another impact is that, okay, in order to feed the fish, sometimes the industry needs raw material, sometimes the industry needs raw material, okay, from land-based settings, which can create impacts as well on land-based activities. So quite a challenging business, but in fact, we do need the protein, right? Next, please. Sometimes it works, sometimes, okay. This is an example of key players in the global seafood industry. I will take an example from the first company, Maruha Nichiro, whose headquarters is located in Tokyo, Japan. I will take an example in the last illustration before I finish my presentation. Okay, I would like to highlight the problem in their accounting practices, particularly in their sustainability reporting practices. Right. So other examples in relation to environmental impacts of land-based businesses, a lot of examples basically, emission, okay, and some of the issues is that industrialization, rapid economic growth will impact on natural environment degradation. So for example, in the case of China, I think the first speaker today has addressed the case of China, okay? So we know that a lot of products have been manufactured in China because of labor cost, in order to reduce cost, okay? However, because of that production, okay, of course the impact is what? Okay, the pollution, the level of pollution significantly increases in that particular area. Okay, so this is an example of environmental impacts from land-based activities. Now, what is the impact of blue-green economy on businesses and accounting? As we know that there have been a number of formalized initiatives, including regulation from governments around the world, including Indonesia, like what we have learned from the previous presentation. Yes, businesses definitely need to adapt, no choice at the moment, okay? And they need to contribute to blue-green economy through what activities, and importantly, from the accounting perspective, is through accountability, okay? Clearly, even when we learn from the previous presentation, there is a growing stakeholders' expectations and pressures on businesses to be socially and environmentally responsible and to account for impact on society and environment. In fact, years ago, decades ago, before the launch of SDGs, okay, in early 1900s, some companies have disclosed information about their responsibility on what? On workers. This is part of sustainability reporting, basically. Okay, so there have been initiatives went on in that era. And in the early 1990s, environmental reporting emerged and dominated corporate disclosures, because at that time, attention even shifted to environmental concern. Long time before the formalization of blue-green economy. In fact, there have been transformation in the reporting initiative, regulation, and practices to address sustainability issues. In accounting, there is a significant development. The development of Global Reporting Initiative, which guideline the reporting practices of sustainability information, and the survey done by KPMG shows that using the sample of G250 and the N100, the number of companies disclosing sustainability information using GRI, okay, has increased significantly over a period of time. Next. Okay. So, from the previous chart, okay, this shows the significant increase in companies reporting sustainability information so far. Next. Okay. If we look at the figure of global biodiversity reporting, which is specific part of sustainability reporting, the number of companies disclosing this information also increased, and from this sample, around 40% of the companies have clearly disclosed how they address biodiversity impacts. That's from the accounting perspective. And the International Accounting Standard itself has recently launched new standards, which are IFRS S1 and S2, which specifically regulate disclosure about sustainability-related financial information and climate-related disclosures. And in Australia recently, companies are now required to disclose how they address climate change, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Okay, Australia I have mentioned, and Indonesia even in 2007, the government has launched a new regulation, Act number 40, 2007, in which companies are required to perform environmental responsibility activities as well as to report that activity in the annual report, even years before the formalization or the launch of SDGs, including in the UK as well. Okay? So the government has regulated reporting in relation to climate change. Now, from the overview that I have already mentioned, it is clear, at least from the accounting perspective, that there are extended roles of accounting in our sustainability agenda, particularly to help what? To help achieve the SDGs by 2030. Okay? Right. What are the extended roles then? Next. So the extended roles are done through the two main elements or aspects of accounting, which are financial accounting and managerial accounting. Financial accounting, the output is reports. In traditional financial accounting, we call it as financial statements, whereas management accounting can be a number of aspects that I will address in the next few slides. Next, please. Click next in order to show the, yes, next, yes. From the aspect of financial accounting, stakeholders, we, users of information, need this kind of mechanism, okay? So companies are responsible for doing sustainability activities as well as to report the activities that they have performed, okay? So companies need to report their sustainability activities, like when they prepare financial statements, in order to satisfy a number of information users, such as investors, employees, customers, labor unions, a number of different user groups. However, before publishing the information, in order to make the users confident to use the information to make decisions, there should be an independent external party who examine, who check whether the information is valid or not. In traditional financial accounting, we know that that party is auditors. The terminology that we use in sustainability reporting is assurer, right? The assurer will assure the sustainability report, okay, to check everything is okay. Then if it is okay, then the information can be published. Auditing itself is actually assurance as well, but the terminology that we usually use auditing for financial accounting. For this one, we use assurer, right? Next, please. Now, from managerial accounting, it is extremely important as well. The first one is talking about report as the output, and this one is very, very important aspect from the perspective of management. We use managerial accounting for internal purposes, for planning, for making sure that everything is in line with the plan, and to make sure that there is resources to support the plan to achieve the objective, and so on. So we have planning, budgeting, realization of activities, and spending on sustainability activities, and so on. And at the end, companies also need to measure the performance, whether it meets the target or not. If not, is there any evaluation? Is there any improvement? Is there any penalty? Is there any punishment? Okay? And in the specific context of SDGs, for instance, ensuring the target can be achieved by the deadline or not, for example, by 2030. So, if we look at the previous presentation, where there are a number of regulations, those regulations which will impact on companies, businesses, all right? For businesses, in order to comply with the regulation, they need to make a good plan, they need to think about the resources to achieve, to do the plan, allocate money through budget, monitor the budget realization, monitor the spending for those specific sustainability activities, for the ocean or on land activities, and to measure the performance of, for example, managers in order to specifically address or comply with the regulation that we have learned from the previous presentation, for example. Right? Now, next please. Next please. All right, so now, before I finish my presentation, I will give you an illustration from two different companies. The first one is from one of the key players in the seafood industry. On the other hand, I take an example from an Indonesian company called PT Timah Tbk. I use the Indonesian pronunciation so that you can understand. Not PT, but PT Timah Tbk. Okay, you know, this company has a number of scandals recently, which is what? Corruption. But I'm not talking about corruption. I will talk about another aspect of sustainability activities. Next, please. So I will give you an illustration from the perspective of accounting. We will look at how they disclose sustainability information. And we will see what the problems are. Oops. Now, the first aspect that I would like to highlight is from the aspect of reporting medium. The first one is Maruhan Ichiro, the second one is PT Timah. What is the problem of this illustration? The first one, the information of sustainability reporting is disclosed through website. On the other hand, the second one, the sustainability information is disclosed through what? We call it as stand-alone sustainability report. What is the difference? If you try to look at their websites, you will find that information on a real-time basis. All right? It can change anytime, and they can change the information anytime they like, or they need, or they want. On the other hand, this one tends to be a formal report. You can download it as a PDF file. You with me? Okay? You can even print this out, but that's not an environmental friendly activity. Right. From the accounting perspective, there is a problem in that part. Because in accounting, we are usually using what? A periodic report. For example, one year period, like financial statement. Therefore, we can see the activities during 1 year, and the assurer or the auditor, you can say that, they can easily assess whether the activities have been done or not in that particular period, like financial statements do. Okay? This is done by PT Timah Tbk. That one, the global key player in the seafood industry, they use reporting on website. That reporting medium has a problem because what? The information can be changed anytime, and it is difficult for the assurer to check the information. It's quite dangerous, especially for the users in order to use the information. Next, please. I would like to show you the second issue as well. The second aspect that we are going to look at is reporting option. In the context of applying Global Reporting Initiative standard, we now use the word standard, not guidelines anymore. In accounting, the word standard has a stronger meaning, particularly in terms of compliance. Okay? Once a company decides to follow GRI, then they need to comply with the GRI requirement. Right. Maruhan Ichiro, the global key player, the company chose the option with reference to GRI standards, whereas PT Timah Tbk, they chose in accordance with GRI standard option. What is the difference? This is the difference between in accordance and with reference. From the table, you can see if a company chooses in accordance, there are a number of aspects that a company needs to comply with. Okay? With reference, less indicators or less requirements that a company needs to comply with. Therefore, the impact is that the validity of information that users can use, can rely on, which one is better? This one, compared to that one. So when I saw the reporting, it's quite sad for me to notice that the global key player in the seafood industry, the product that we rely on for our health, has a problem from the perspective of accounting. The accountability is questionable. Another one is the reporting assurance itself. What is the difference between the two and what is the problem, if you can identify? So in the previous part of my presentation, I talked about assurance in order to check the validity of information. At the moment, globally, mostly the practice of assurance is still voluntary, not mandatory. So it is entirely up to companies to hire external assurer. However, the impact is different because users of information will believe or will trust a company which hire external assurer. Okay? Again, Maruhan Ichiro, if you can see from my slide, okay, from the table, external assurance, non-information. This means that the sustainability information they provide through website has not been assured by an external independent party. Therefore, the information they provide, I cannot say that the information is valid. It is hard for me to rely on their disclosure, even though they talk about good things. This one, although this company has a problem with corruption recently, okay, I will not talk about the corruption case, but I will talk about the assurance that they choose. This company hires an external independent assurer to check the information. So the information provided by the company is reliable. We can trust it. Okay? The corruption case is different because it is done before 2023, before this reporting period. Again, when I talk about reporting period, it is easier for me to comment on the corruption case because the annual report, the sustainability report is clear from 2023 period. That one is not clear. Right. So we have learned 3 cases. Okay, and I hope you agree that there are problems with the reporting of Maruha Nichiro. This is an illustration from published information. Okay. Right. In conclusion, okay, from the materials that I have tried to present, businesses need to adapt and contribute to the formalization of the blue-green economy. And in this era, to me, in my view, there is no choice. A company must adapt because the regulations are there, the initiatives are there, the pressures are clear. The pressures are clear for companies. The process of integration to the blue-green economy needs to be supported by extended rules of traditional accounting. What is traditional accounting? I will use the simple word, financial statements. We are talking something beyond debit and credit. We are talking something beyond balance sheet. We are talking something beyond assets equals to liabilities plus equity. Okay? So needs to be supported by extended rules of traditional accounting. The extended rules are particularly needed for making sure businesses' accountability for their activities, which I would say definitely have impact on people and the earth, our planet. And in the specific context of blue-green economy, the function of accounting, I would like to argue, the function of accounting can therefore be expanded for the planet. So accounting for the planet, something beyond debit, credit, something beyond balance sheet, income statement, net profit, and so on. Thank you very much. Any questions, any suggestions, comments are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pa Roman, for your tough and also insightful presentation as well. So we have already listened about the sustainability report assurance. So it's actually how to keep the trust for the other people or stakeholders to read the financial, not only read the financial statements, but also we need to ensure ourselves about the company who have the sustainability report assurance. That's kind of like the great improvement from accounting, because concluding with the idea that accounting also can drive positive environmental impact by holding the business accountable to their ocean and land-based activities. So thanks so much again, Pa Roman. Now we enter to the Q&A session. I think 2 sessions have already used the Slido. Maybe now we need to like more interactive. So maybe you can raise your hands and then give the question. One from this place, and maybe we can read also one from here. If you also have already write the questions, then you can raise your hand and ask the questions to our distinguished speakers. It's a lucky time actually to have the direct discussion with our distinguished speakers. Who want to give the questions? No one? Oh, over there. Ya, Pak Teguh said that in bahasa is pakai bahasa Indonesia juga boleh atau mix campur-campur.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Randi Kurniawan from Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Hasanuddin. My questions basically to Pak Teguh regarding the blue economic policy in Indonesia. One of the Pak Teguh mentioned before that there is a framework to measure the progress of blue economy, that is blue economic index, and this is indicators basically used into development document planning, not only in the national level but also until regency level, city or regency or city level. But the problem is, Pak Teguh, in the regency level, there is no measurement indicator. National level do not provide the indicators until the regency level, only in the provincial level. So, what the strategy of the Bappenas to provide this data until the regency or city levels? The second question is to Pak Teguh about the definition of the greening the blue economy. This is quite, as I know, the blue economy also related to the sustainable concept. So why Pak Teguh put the greening again? Because blue economy basically contain the sustainable concept. Why should we put the greening? Is it a blue economy is not automatically sustainable, or should we more sustainable put the concept of green more? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Randi. I think it's not only for Pak Teguh, maybe Pak Roman also want to share about the ideas regarding about the accounting or corporate sectors or business sectors. Well, you got the questions or I need to repeat it? Okay, so actually Pak Randi said that there is a eBay, Indonesian Blue Economy Index at province level, but in Regency, for example, Bone Regency, Sidrap Regency, we didn't get that information. So maybe you can give any opinion regarding about how actually Bappenas can help Regency level to build the eBay, so it can have the same path, not only in province, Regency level, and also until the national scale. And the second one is why need to put the greening before blue economy again? That's kind of like the terminology, probably. You can explain it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. For the first question, I think it is related to the methodology that we developed. For the Indonesia Blue Economy Index, we developed at first at the national level. We collect data based on the three pillars: social pillars, economic pillars, and environment pillars. And then we measure at the national level. And then based on the national level, we use a special algorithm that can define, then can be translated into the provincial level. So we have the provincial level of eBay. But at the same time, we also think that this is not an ideal way on how we can determine the value of the progress of blue economy in its province based on a top-down approach. So in 2023, we started to engage provincial government to work together in developing their own eBay, so we can actually construct a bottom-up approach. And when we can aggregate this, we can aggregate all the values from the province, we have the national value. And the synchronization of these two will be finalized this year. We hope that we can come up with the final method that we can agree, whether at the national level and as well as the provincial level, in order to make sure the consistency of eBay. But eBay is very extensive, and many data need to be collected. And this is a challenge at the region, at the regency level. So we only rely on the agreement between Bappenas and the Ministry of Home Affairs that around less than 100 indicators that need to be synchronized between national level and provincial level. So we can fix, we can set this consistency between national and provincial level, but it will depend on the province itself, on how its province need to also assure that at the regency level, they will follow the indicator at the provincial level. I know that South Sulawesi is one of the provinces, other than Kepri, that has decided that the regency level need also to follow the indicator that has been set out at the provincial level. So this is a challenge, but there will be another round from Bappenas to engage each province that has decided to do this. Yeah, so we can translate. Maybe we can find the proxy, the proxy indicator to complete the eBay. But again, even if the proxy is there, it is not ideal. So we need to discuss more on how its regency can also improve their data availability or data collection to allow the monitoring of the progress of blue economy to be conducted well. So why greening blue economy? This came from during our chairmanship in G20, when we would like to develop the concept note of its theme, and one of the theme is blue and green economy. And most of the large nation or other G20 members do not agree to put blue at the first the first instant of this theme. They would like to put green and then blue, and even green including blue, and green and blue. So different. Even they use this as a negotiation aspect during when we are talking about the geopolitics between Russia and Ukraine. It is not a comparable issue, but they use this as a negotiation aspect. But at the end, we agree that some of the practices in blue economy is a categorization of economic activities, and some of them need to be pushed to apply sustainable practices. So the terminology of greening blue economy is still relevant. For example, the biggest challenge is in the transportation, because using electric vessel is still expensive, yeah, and not many green ports are available. But in order to promote the use of this more sustainable vessel is important, especially for Aceh Balagi countries, and even for serving several islands or shorter distance. This is a feasible way to do. So we try to promote on how we can push blue economy sectors further to become more sustainable. So we still use the terminology of greening blue economy, including in marine tourism, including in manufacturing, marine-based manufacturing. Maybe there is the explanation.
Okay, thank you so much for the feedback. Maybe Pak Roman want to add some explanation as well.
Maybe I would like to comment particularly on the indicators. Yeah, I think the point is that determining the indicators itself is quite challenging, because there are a lot of indicators. for sustainability, including indicators of each element, for example, water, biodiversity, and so on. So I'm interested in how the national government engage with the provincial government in order to talk together to determine the relevant indicators. Because at the end, the indicators that they use must be indicators that are applicable or relevant with the activities. And this also happens in the context of reporting. So when I talk about sustainability reporting, when I did my presentation, I did not address the technical approach of providing the report. Basically, the process itself, in order to report, a company needs to engage with key stakeholders first. In order to what? In order to determine the information, the material information, we can say indicators as well, that a company needs to address and report, right? So not every information a company must report, that's the methodology, but a company needs to communicate or consult with stakeholders, which key items which impact you, which indicators which are relevant for you. If you want that information, I will try to address that in my activity, and I will report that. That's the methodology. This means that engagement is very important to determine the topic or indicators. I will give you an example. Talking about water responsibility. If we break the item down, there are a number of indicators that we can use. For example, water sources that a company uses. How a company, or whether the company recycle the water. Whether company's activities to take water impact on local communities' activities. Already 3 items, okay? Among these 3 items, if a company consult with stakeholders, perhaps stakeholders only want one aspect, for instance. So again, engagement with key stakeholders is important to determine, let's say, indicators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pak Roman as well has already added some explanations. Okay, maybe because it's already limited time, I'm so sorry for this session. Maybe the participants can discuss with our distinguished speakers because they are still here until lunch break. So if you have any questions that you want to ask directly, you can go to Pak Roman and also Pak Teguh. Ask in bahasa or campur-campur mungkin. Tadi Pak Teguh sampaikan in bahasa is as well okay. But if there is no question anymore, I think I need to conclude for our discussion today, for this session. So both presentations underscore the urgent need for integrating the sustainability into both public policy and corporate responsibility. So it's not only for concerning for the public sectors or, for example, the government sector, but we need to engage the stakeholders. For example, the corporate responsibility should also adopt the sustainable concept or the sustainable report as well. So we want to thank for our distinguished speakers this session. Please give a big applause to our distinguished speakers for this session, and also for all of the participants that are still here listening, the insightful and also thoughtful for the materials today. So I think Rizky Utami, I would like to say sorry if there are any mistaken from my part, and also thank you very much for the committee and also from the participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Their Excellencies, guest speakers, and honorable moderator for the insightful and inspiring presentation on accountability and sustainability in business and economic. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation from our guest speakers concludes the main event of the 9th International Conference on Accounting, Management and Economics of 2024. We thank you for your participation on the first part of this conference.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Please note that the second part of this conference is the parallel session in which the paper that have been accepted will be presented. And now, we shall have a 1.5 hour of lunch and prayer break. Lunch will be served at the back of this ballroom, and the prayer room is located on the second floor.
After lunch break, parallel session will be opened. Please check the program guide for the presentation room and time schedule. For parallel session 1, group 1 will be held on Innovate A room.
Group 2 will be held on Innovate B room.
Group 3 will be held on Innovate C room.
Group 4 will be held on Experience room.
Group 5 will be held on ID room.
Group 6 will be held on Vision room.
And Group A, B, and C will be held online by Zoom meeting.
You can also find the program schedule on the 9th ICAM participant WhatsApp group and also the ICAM website. And please, don't forget to scan the QR code on your table to make sure that the certificate data is correct. And also, the certificate will be sent by Google Drive. We do hope that you enjoy this event for the next 2 days and gain many new insights as well as presenting your research in this conference.
I am Muhammad Rafli Aditya.
And I am Husul Hatimah Febrianti.
On behalf of ICAM Organizing Committee, we extend our appreciation and gratitude to each and every one of you for attending
the 9th International Conference on Accounting, Management and Economics 2024. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cek. Baik, kepada Bapak Ibu pemateri, kita akan terlebih dahulu foto bersama. Begitu juga dengan para peserta The 9th ICAM. And also we invite the honorable speakers to the stage to take the picture. We also invite all the committee to the stage because we will take the photo together.
Tolong tim media, fotografer, yang pegang kamera mana? Oke.
Baik, disampaikan kepada seluruh Bapak Ibu dosen. Silahkan untuk mengambil tempat di depan karena